Place your left hand right there under the chest. Right hand over it in this manner. Bow your head, close your eyes, and repeat the prayer after me, but repeat it in silence. O Allah, make Muhammad successful here in the wilderness of North America, and make the true followers of Muhammad successful too, as thou didst make Abraham successful and the true followers of Abraham successful. Surely thou art praised and magnified in our midst. O Allah, bless Muhammad here in the wilderness of North America. Bless the true followers of Muhammad too, as thou didst bless Abraham and the true followers of Abraham. For surely thou art praised and magnified in our midst. Amen. Will you be seated, please? In the most holy name of Allah, the all-wise, true and living God, not a dead God, but a true and living God. And in the name of his true servant, and most surely his last and greatest messenger, our beloved leader and teacher, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. My beloved brothers and sisters, we are a blessed people today. We are blessed because we are the chosen people of God. So teach the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We are blessed because we are here today in the same city with God's last messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We're a blessed people, and which he will be here in a few minutes. Let us go here to the book of Genesis of the Bible. Here in the book of Genesis, it speaks of a promise that God is making with Abraham. And he promised Abraham that his children, his seed, his offspring would be strangers in a land that is not there. And they would serve these strangers. What they? Abraham's offspring, Abraham's children, would serve these strange people for 400 years. And we bear witness that we are in a strange land, and we have been servants to a strange people, or people who have not appreciated our work for them, or strange people who have lynched us, strange people who have destroyed us, strange people who have lied to us. Think over that. We're in that land. We were supposed to serve them for 400 years, but we're a little over 400 years now. So teach Messenger Elijah Muhammad. But God also promised Abraham, he said, that nation, America, whom they serve, will I judge. Think over that. So therefore, the God promised Abraham that he would come and judge that nation. And we bear witness today that we are now living in the judgment. So teach the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And the proof that Almighty God Allah have arrived and raised one up in our midst, we have him before us. He is called the Lamb of God. And that one is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. In the scripture of Deuteronomy, 18 and 18. When God appeared to Moses, I beg your pardon, and he told Moses, he said, I would raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee. In other words, I would raise up one just like you, Moses. Huh? He said, I will put my word in his mouth, meaning I will teach him, I will lead him, I will guide him like I'm guiding you, Moses. Do you understand? And we bear witness that Allah have raised one in our midst, like Moses, and that one is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But how was the God to come? He would come unobserved. As he said, behold, I come as a thief in the night. Think over that. Didn't say he was a thief in the night. He said, behold, I come as a thief in the night, unobserved. And he would raise a messenger in that darkness. He came in darkness. He made his messenger in darkness. Now we know a donkey, he can see the darkness. He can see his way out of the darkness. And he knows the darkness. And the messenger is to make a pathway for people in darkness. Think over that. What is a path? A path is a way beaten or trodden by the feet of man or beast. Think over that. Or made hard by wheels. A narrow road. A footway or course of any object following into air, or in water, or in space. A pathway is a course of life. A pathway is a course of conduct. A pathway is a course of procedure. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad today, he is making a path for God. He is making a crooked path straight. Think over that. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad is doing just that. Now in the book of Isaiah, 41st chapter of Isaiah, the God speaks of raising up his messenger. And he said when he raised that messenger, he said, I will put my spirit on him. I will put my wisdom in him. I will put my knowledge in him. And I will put my understanding in him. And he will give the judgment. Think over that. So after Allah's messenger, all praise is due to Allah. After Allah's messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, we don't look for another one. What else could another one do? You don't see nowhere in Scripture where it's prophesied of one coming after Elijah. Elijah is called the seal of the prophet. Think over that. Elijah is the last one to appear just before God. Think over that. Because he was to lead a people out of the spiritual darkness into the light of the marvelous truth. Think over that. Elijah must first come according to the Jesus. The Jesus didn't say he was coming back. He said Elijah must first come. The Jesus bore witness with Malachi. Think over that. The last book in the Old Testament, Malachi 4 and 5. He said, behold, I will send you Elijah. What was the purpose of Elijah? Elijah's job is to come and turn the hearts of the people who have been turned away from their own people. His job is to turn his heart back to his own people. And his job is to turn his heart from his people back to them. And that is the work the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is doing today. He is turning the hearts of the black man in America to the black man in Asia and Africa. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is the only black man in America that the black man in Asia and Africa recognize as a leader. That's over that. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad. let's see here in the book of Matthew again, book of Malachi, I beg your pardon. We only have 4 chapters in the book of Malachi. What does this 4 chapters represent? This 4 chapters represent the 400 years that we will spend here in the hills and wilderness of North America. Thanks over that. Now here in the book of Malachi, chapter 3, it says, behold, I. Who is this I? This I here is God himself. This I here is the same one that met Moses in Egypt land. Think over this. When he introduced himself to Moses, he said, I am who? That I am. Huh? The Lord God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Think over that. That's what he told him he was. He said, I am a jealous God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Think over that. Here in Malachi, 3rd chapter, the 1st verse, it says, behold, I, meaning the same I, God himself, will send, not have sent, but will send my messenger. Not the people's messenger, but God's messenger. Anytime you have a messenger in your midst doing what the people want done, that is not God's messenger. That's the people's messenger. But when you have a man in your works doing what God wants done, then that's God's message. Think over that. He said, and he shall prepare the way before me. He is to make a path before the coming of God. Let us see how wide the path that Almighty God, our Lord's messenger, Elijah Muhammad, is making. Mr. Elijah Muhammad's arms reach way down in the British Honduras. Have 43,000 acres of land in the British Honduras. You have farmland in Michigan. Farmland in Georgia, farmland in Alabama, have universities throughout the country, establishing universities. There's a man who did not attend the white man's university, but he's setting up universities all over the country. Think over that. He said Elijah is to prepare the way before him. He didn't say Moses would come and prepare the way. He didn't say Jesus would come and prepare the way. He said Elijah would prepare the way before him. And those whom he seeks shall suddenly come to his temple. Think over that. Come to his temple. Didn't say come to his church. It said temple. Even the messenger of the covenant. What covenant? What is a covenant? A covenant is an agreement. A covenant is a promise. The covenant here was the covenant that God made with Abraham over in the land of Canaan. Think over that. He is called the messenger of the covenant. It said, but who may abide in the day of his coming? And who shall stand when he appears? For he is like a refiner's fire. He means he will have to clean the people up. He will have to make a people ready for God. A people who have been made other than ready for God by the enemy of God, the devil, the white man. So Messenger Elijah Muhammad today is making the pathway for God. He is cleaning us up to meet our God. Messenger Elijah Muhammad is to lead us face to face with God. Whenever a prophet or messenger leads you face to face with God, there's nothing else that no one could do. Messenger Muhammad is the seal of the prophets. Never in the past have we known where a prophet converted the people. They never did convert the people. The prophets of old predicted that the God would come. And when the God would come, the last messenger with him would be called the right hand of God. And we bear witness that the right hand of God is in our midst today in person of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Thank you. Think over that. He was to make a path through all of the afflictions of the other prophets. He was to show up the other prophets' weakness. The old prophets was only one. This one, Muhammad today, teaching, after you listen to him, you become a new man. He changes the people. The old prophets did not destroy the ways of the people were thinking, but after Elijah's teaching, because his teaching is like dye. Dye which brings out of the material. The dye have the picture of what we want to mold and bring out of the image of the material. Think over that. Messenger Muhammad is molding the people into a pathway to meet their God. And he will be with us in a few seconds now. And we thank Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Messenger Elijah Muhammad today is teaching us the knowledge of ourselves. We're a people who's without the knowledge of ourselves. Messenger Elijah Muhammad today is teaching us the theology of time. Think over that. Do you want to see him? He will be here in a few minutes. Our leading teacher, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Messenger Elijah Muhammad have been working hard in our midst with 100% odds against him, both black and white. Think over that. But nevertheless, Messenger Elijah Muhammad is overcoming his enemy. As the scripture said in Malachi, said he would sit as a refiner. Didn't say he would work as a refiner. He would walk as a refiner. He would run as a refiner, but he would sit as a refiner. Sit where? At 4847 South Woodland. Think over that. And bring in what? A new world. Think over that. Just his will come to pass. Think about that. Just the will of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You have farms you've never been on. Have farms you've never seen. Have universities that you've never been in. Think over that. But still, his will is coming to pass. That's proof that Almighty God Allah is with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We will see him in just a few seconds now. Our leading teacher will be with us. And we thank Allah for giving this great man to us. He is the boldest black man in America today. He is the wisest black man in America today. In other words, the wisest black man in the world besides God himself. All praise is due to Allah for giving to us the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He has temples all over America. He even have temples down in Mexico. Think over that. Have temples even over in England. Have followers here. Have followers in Asia and Africa. Messenger Elijah Muhammad is not just an ordinary prophet. Messenger Elijah Muhammad is a universal messenger. Think over that. All praise is due to Allah. In the Jesus prophecy of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad,
I won't ask you how you feel. I'm afraid you may say to me, how do you feel? And I'm afraid to tell you how I feel. You may be seated. You know, I have to take my time. Thank you. You know, Jesus, according to the Bible, he never did have many people. And the Savior told me that he never had over 30 at one time. So all of those thousands of people that you read of, that he was feeding and all like that, I didn't get that from our Savior's mouth. So I think it must be me. I am blessed with more people to listen to me than the devil himself. You know, the devil always carries the people, but if I keep on being increased by Allah, you'll see us in the soldier field pretty soon. Thank you. Well, we went visiting New York once, not so long ago, and so there we got into about the biggest area they would let us have at that time. But however, we intend to visit New York again. So we had, like the Jesus, that little small Calvary hill. Well, we would have to send over somewhere else for another hill. Well, it's near 4th of July, and people is getting off from work to have a big day. And I say, it's all right with us. They have their big day. They've been having a big day. What we would like to have is a little big day for ourselves. Very beautiful when you look from here. Look like to me I heard one of my hard-working brothers, and if he's here, I should give him something to do. Because he would feel lonesome without doing anything. As the Lord said to Abraham, take a look, Abraham. You see whether or not you can count the sand down there on the seashore. Look up, Abraham, and see if you can count the stars above your head. He couldn't count either the number, no place. He said, Abraham, that's the way thy seed shall be. You can't count. So you know you were looking like I had to stand here a long time to try to count you. It's wonderful. Oh yes, I must say this, that my wife, I checked out with her before I left home, and she's doing much better. And the doctor brought me her x-rays. We went over them, not this morning, but last evening. And according to the way the first looked to me, I think she's doing fine. So, we talked with each other this morning, and I know her voice was sounding good. And I told her that Allah, He's a mighty fine doctor. I'm not in no big hurry today because you can't tell me. I know you're not going to wait much more. I know you're going to be home sitting down. So why not sit down here and let's talk it over? You know, one thing that I think about every time I come out here, how we was laughed at holding meetings in some of the worst places in the city. And I don't care how much we would beg our brothers, they look at us and laugh. Just think over there. They would look at us and laugh, scornful laugh. As good as to say, what I look like helping you. Don't want to help you. I want to help destroy what you are teaching. So, today, all of a sudden, Allah pushed us right up. Now we have the finest temple, church, whatever you want to call it, of any black group in the country. There is no black group have as fine a temple or church as we have. Those are the friends of the devil. That's right. I said it right. I'm putting it on this board over here. All white people is devils. You may think some is good, some is better than others. But that don't remove the very nature of it. He is still a devil. There's a little small snake that is very dangerous. There's little small snakes that is not dangerous. But it's not his fault. Nature just didn't make him that dangerous. But you can see in his little eyes and his actions that he wished he was a bad snake. Oh yes, sister, that's right. That's right. I'm trying to teach you the knowledge of that snake. Don't you trust none of them. All is bad. Rob us of our wealth. Rob us of our freedom. Rob us of our justice. So, after all of that robbing, looked like should be enough. No, that wasn't enough for him. He robbed you of the knowledge of yourself. Any man that is robbed, or that a robber robbed him of the knowledge of self, is the worst robbery that you could have. Oh, I'm going to take my time today. because I know you don't have nothing to do tomorrow, but so if you get too tired, go out, walk around, and come back. Because I want to talk with you. I want to teach you that which you never dreamed that you would hear. And since you don't have so much work to do tomorrow, let's stay around and talk to each other a little while. From the looks of this place, we have around near 2,000 people in it. And I don't want them to go away not empty-handed, but empty-brained. Where's that apron I told you to put around over there? You should have a straight flag over there running across in front of you. What are you typing, sister? You typing something, or are you taking down what I say? You're taking down what I say? Well, be careful now. Don't I be saying something about you, and will you take that down? You know the Bible, this is not you. You know the Bible says that Delilah was a terrible, tricky woman. She tricked Samson going and coming. And Samson was so foolish to let her trick him. She says to Samson, "Oh, Samson, where lies your strength?" That was enough for Samson to not to be foolish. If she was so anxious to find out where his great strength lied, he should have been so greatly smart to never tell her. Especially when she was not one of his people. Then he would try to see was not she putting one over and found out she was. Then he'd go right back and let her trick him again. You are some modern Samsons. Please, brother, do not let Delilah's sister, the sender, trick you like that. They are false making love with you. They don't love you. Only for the Father. Like they are headed for. Read that when you go back home and study it good. This means a modern Samson and a modern Delilah. She's out there just looking at you, winking her blue eyes at you, only for fire to wink you into hell. They don't love you today any more than they loved you yesterday. But they want to get you to go to hell. Believe it or not. Well, I guess we Better get back to the board again. Look as though my board wants some company so bad, it's have moved up here near me. Somebody got to take down what I say and leave off saying, so I'll know what I said. I start playing it back on the tape recording machine before I left home, but still I didn't get everything in order. We have, I think, recited quite a bit of the front of this board, and I think you just about know what we have been teaching on this board here. You have been told the meanings of the American flag, her stripes, stars, and blue, background under her stars, which you think represents the sky. Oh, no. And the flag over to the right, with her red background and her star and moon. What does that mean, Muhammad? They're up over your head day and night. You should know what they mean. And with that RFJE on it. I don't have no letters over here on the left of the American flag, but we know what these stripes and stars represent. But over here to my right, that's so beautiful over there. Think about it. That if I would tell you I don't want that flag, I'd rather have this one, I would be making a fool of myself. Because you could easily tell me whether you like it or not, you own it, and that you wish it. There's no fool even as much that don't worship the sun, moon, and stars. And if he turn it down, then he's telling other than the truth. He do love that flag. He looked for the sun to rise every morning. And if a night passes him by, he can't see a star nor a moon, he will go crazy. But they can take and shoot up, tear up the stars and stripes representing America's flag any time. Because he's going to live under that star and that sun and that moon. No one can tear that up but the gods. That moon was blasted to pieces once, and the gods that blasted to pieces can make another one. But America can't make another one. We had to make that for her. Their religion represents death. On yonder hill stands an old rugged cross. If he called his own sign of his religion an ugly name, why should you and I take it? You know, it can almost make you sick to hear our people going raging over that cross. And there is one just opposite of it that the devil made for them, hanging them on a tree. This same thing. You must remember that you have been made double blind, deaf and dumb. Just the idea that a people will fool you that far to make the sign of his own works, that he killed your Jesus that you were so crazy about. Just think over that. Now he made you a martyr over there on the real tree. Isn't that something? It's terrible. It's awful. Well, we have time. So we have explained this to you last week and week before last. And then we ask you a question, which one will survive? The war of Armageddon. And if this cross can survive Armageddon, okay, then where will you have a moving star? If the devil can destroy that flag over there and become master over you to set up his cross as the standard flag of the universe. Where will you get light from? We must remember these things. Now we're going to do a little more figuring where we left off. Yes, that's all right. Alone will work with me. I will like him. So we was working on, I think, this number 6, what we were working on. So we're going to work on it, continue. Have you done forgotten? Oh, you have forgotten what we worked on here at this point. I better try to get it to the end. So we're coming in to you this afternoon with 6. We want to teach you the knowledge of the science of 6. So therefore we're coming in with it this afternoon. And this 6 here was made in the very beginning of creation of time. This was the number which was called time. When it was made somewhat about 6 trillion years. Remember that. 6 trillion years from the beginning. We have in time now such figures as 6, 7, 8, 9, and the zero counts for nothing until something is put there with it to make it something. As you may look, we got 6 over here, and we got a 0 here. Now that 0 counts for nothing unless you put something besides that 0 to make something out of it. That you mean that in all of your figuring here up to 9, there is nothing to that unless you take one of these figures between 9 and 0 and put it beside 0. If you put a figure on either side here, you make something out of this, right? You can put it on this side and it counts for 10. And you put it on that side, it counts for 1/10, right? Okay, then it's not very much. I'm not making fun. I'm only trying to bring you in reality yourself, brothers. I'm not making fun. If I was a man to make mock of you, God would not have chosen me. So we got here one besides nothing, and made this nothing become tenfold. Okay, if we put it on this side, we still don't have much, right? It's a fraction on that side. And on this side, there's a whole number. Okay. So Allah came, and He came on this side. We was in here nothing. So He came and got behind us. Understand? And by His number one self getting behind nothing, it made nothing tenfold more valuable. And if we say that we are in this figure here, 9, we got then up to 9 going forward, right? Not backing up. We got it forward. And then if we reach up here and grab this old big old nothing, look what it made. I know you know mathematics. I'm only just trying to show you where we were. If our Father was made on the number 1, how did He get that figure when that there had not been any more on the earth or in the universe before His creation? How did He became 1? We just only want to build up ourselves so that we may know who we are, how we got to be who we are. If Adam was 1, could it have been 1? We're taught that an atom is 1/10,000 of 1. Right? If it's 1/10,000 of 1, certain parts of it, elements of it, then how did our Father get up all those other parts to become one part? I'm only driving at points I'm not saying to you that I'm trying to be no God over you. I'm just trying to be that which He made me. But if the universe, or the darkness of the space, before life was created in it, what was in that particular space that could produce life? We scholars and scientists, we attack each other.
Yes, sir.
That's what makes us know more. We attack each other. And then if you can't answer to what you attack with, okay, then something is wrong. We go back again after you and ask you then, what did we mean when we said space? How could there have been space? My subject is Theology of Time. So many people think we're fools because they don't believe in Islam. And that is due to them not having the knowledge of what Islam is. Islam is not only your religion and my religion, but Islam is and should be respected as the religion of everybody because of what it means. When you laugh at Islam, you're laughing at the creation of the wisdom of God. So from this on, please do not laugh at God's wisdom when you are trying to survive by it. Don't do that. He's ready to strike out of His universe everyone that now don't like it. As long as Satan was ruling, he let you pass up. As the Bible teaches that he winked at ignorance once upon a time. But now he called us to actual facts now. We must give account of that we know and that we don't know. That we don't know, we got to give account of our actions against that. Well, brothers, I told you I was in a hurry. Now, if we see one emerged out of all of this darkness, what force of power in the darkness brought it out? One could not have come out of darkness unless force was in the darkness to bring it out. In the universe now, there is a force in the universe that moves seemingly unmovable stars. After so long and so long, the star which we saw here at this point has moved over here to another point. And if that star moved over here to another point within 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 years or 1,000 years, force made it to move. It could not move alone. So this teaches us, brother, you go back and get your scientist, and I will contend with him, and he will contend with me, that the force of the actual space, seemingly looking as though it's nothing, is moved to bring us objects that is hidden in it to our view. We don't wind up the universe like that and tell us to bring Jupiter over to us. No, Jupiter is moving by force. That's already out there. Again, we don't say to a star that is 100 trillion years probably back out there to come out and show us yourself. The already force is out there going to bring us to our view. Yes. So we have these things in space just by view. And now, brothers, I don't want you to pass so many baskets around. The brothers is getting broke. 4th of July is coming up. And I want them to have some money next Sunday, too. This one here was already here in this doctrine. But nothing did not give it to us until the time brought it about. Then when the time brought it about, it merged out here in our view into a revolving life.
Yes, sir.
Life revolving. That was hidden here in the dark. We don't know how many trillions of years it was there, but it was there. Now, with a fine atom of water out there with it, made itself out of atom of water that it found in the darkness of the universe. We could not see life emerging out of the space without water, because we can't produce life without water. So therefore there was some water out there in that darkened world, space. And so now this space have produced us life, but how long was that life out there before it produced us a form? See, you calculate on how long life takes to make one atom. This is way it's understood. But you and I being dead over here in North America for so many years, and North America's been dead so many thousands, and the space over North America so many thousands, that we can't calculate the actual time only by the instruments that we have now, that we can calculate time from. Then we say, we estimate then so long and so long. Are you understanding? If you want to ask questions, I'm fixing it up so you can ask questions. But remember, in your asking questions, they must be intelligent questions, not foolish questions. We don't have that kind of time to wait. If one emerged out of this black darkness and put the black darkness moving with instruments, that this black darkness can count itself in the clear of calculating on time. This is a wise God, brother. Don't play with him.
No, sir.
So just imagine that this darkness here, we are looking at it in space. And here's one came out of space, out of that black darkness. How did he produce himself to talk, walk, preach, and sing? What is earth made out of? Since that Wait a minute, brothers. I don't want you to think I'm crazy. The earth is a ball of look like finely ground stone. Right? Then it have great stones supporting that little fine stone. What did God mean other than his people when he said, can you count the grains of sand on the seashore to Abraham? Now, the number of his people could not be counted. But why did he point out this sand on the seashore? It was not just because that Abraham could not count the sand, but Abraham must learn whose gigantic mill ground those sand down there. Somebody put them down there. They're beautiful, and someone made them. He could ask Abraham that after Abraham had known the sand, the grains of sand down there. He could ask him that, who made it like that? But Abraham was far from being that type of mathematician, pardon me, to be able to calculate on how many grains of sand that had been made down there on the seashore. But let us go back to what we started. Here we're dwelling with a figure which will lead us into unimaginable figures, 1 and a 6. These two figures here is the outstanding figures that we have. One of them represents the God that created the heavens and the earth, and the other one represents the same, the 6. How is that done now, Mr. Smotty? Maybe you would say. He didn't stop growing, so he grew into the scientific knowledge of 6. And when he got into the number 6, he still had us puzzled. We didn't know how to overtake him then, because this 6 came 6 trillion years after this. And we can't hardly count into 6,000 years. So now we say we have 6 trillion years from the year 1. You know, my followers, brother, when I say a thing, they go do that thing. They heard me talking about a scarecrow in front of the sisters. So now they got it over there.
Yes, sir.
Now, you have this 1 and this 6 here dealing with the beginning of creation. And that since we are working in the judgment time, we want to carry along much to get you into the knowledge of the time. Who can draw this Mother's Flame. You have forgotten her?
Was it Liz?
Mother's Flame.
No, sir. I have forgotten.
Okay, if you have forgotten, I'm going to run you out of here when we're through. I will get back up here on... I want to carry on, if you will have patience. Not like Moses was by the man he went in search of knowledge with. So the wise man told him he would not be able to go along with him, that he would not be able to do it. So they went, traveled down towards the junction of the Nile. And Moses could not go along with him on nothing without asking him, why you do that? Until finally he got to the junction, and then he explained to Moses why he did that. And so Moses learned from his guide that he was the best guide. If he had just kept his mouth and trying to teach the guide instead of the guide teaching him. So since that we are traveling on Yaqub's history, we think it's good to take along a little something every now and then to show you the destruction of his history, his people. It is pretty sad that a father, after producing his son, then look at his son and tell him the end of it. Tell him the end of himself. It's pretty sad to do that. Since America have invented many dangerous and destructive weapons to destroy the original black man from the face of the earth, here and there, God have already prepared a destructive weapons for him. This is something that you have read of, but you didn't know what it was. The Bible is a very good book to study if you understand. But when you don't understand, Allah don't let you stay into the darkness of ignorance to the truth that is in it. He raised up a man in that people and give him the knowledge of that which they don't have the knowledge of. So you're lucky. This is the man that he loved you so well that he raised up one of you and myself to teach you that which have been prophesied by prophets, to understand it, while you may be just guessing at it. Upon your outer line. Make your outer line heavier, brother. It's too dim, your outer line. Then your a large earth picture there should be cut down into just about half. You got it up there, even with your plane. The earth should be made just half, just a small corner down there.
Small corner.
Yeah, because you got it too close. So we want to carry along a little bit, something with right in there. Thing of it, this should have been moved way up high. You could have erased my letters there. So you could have erased my figures. Then that wheel should have been moved up higher. But since that you didn't, so we don't have time now to wait. Yeah, make your borderline. Make your borderline, brother. Make your borderline of the wheel a little larger so it can be seen. I wished I could hold a steady hand like brother. I can't draw a circle so good because I can't hold my hand that steady. We want you to know what's going on and will come on. I'm far from being that man that just want to teach something to be seen and heard. The work is too hard to show off with it. Take your opening over here to your left and not over there. You should have had that earth over there on this side in this corner, and very small, not big, very small. For 40 years, brothers and sisters, I have been doing this. Not above it, brother. Brother, you that's joined this earth. Come here, brother minister. Don't bring that earth out clear. Just have it in the corner, not showing you the whole thing. The brother, years ago, I used to have him up to date with this. So since Moses went off, for a while, No, you got it wrong. Down here, brother, you come. Down here in the corner. That's your earth, not up there where you wrote it. That's not the earth. The earth is in the corner. Yeah, that's your earth. Yeah, to the earth. You don't write big earth up there. Come out of that, cut the earth out altogether. No, your word there. Yeah, cut that word out. Now make your earth in that corner. Not too high, brother. take it square like that. Yeah. Now you don't write no earth up there now. No, you draw the small plane coming down from the wheel up there. Yeah, out of that gap there. Coming down. You don't put it there. You just put where it bends. And take the corner here and cut it out for it, And then you have a plane falling out of that gap there. But your gap is not made on the angle with the earth. No, right with that mark there would have been better, but don't do that now. Just go ahead and make the plane out here in open space there. Right there where you put your eraser, right there. Well, you didn't need to do nothing but make a mark and cross it. That's all you needed to do. Just made a mark and cross it. That would represent a flying plane coming towards you. So brothers and sisters, that's a straight mark. My brother have forgotten the work I used to carry him over. So this makes me to believe now he's been off somewhere else, teaching it other than the way I give it to him. Got to be twice that long, brother, and then like this, like a plane, brother. I don't see how in the world you could forget it. You don't make an error now out of it. Just these people know that we're not got no planes that we can. Pointed directly to you, towards your earth, and that you now need to bring your earth up to a better angle than that. We'll let you go home after a while. My brother, he has not did this in a long time, and he's near forgotten. You see, those people way back there, they can't see that. You look like you're drawing nets and flies up here. You don't have to try to make a wing out of it, but just make a cross mark. That's all right. If you make a plane that quick, it's all right. Give me your crane.
Apostle, I'm so sorry.
You done forgot to do this.
Well, Apostle, I'm going to continue to try until I get it right. So.
See, this represents earth. You see? You could just keep making marks. You don't have to make this perfect dots. This alone represents earth. And you could have made it. See, the earth here is rough, see? Then you don't write earth, then you write it here. See? Exactly right. It's just represent earth down there, that's all. Now put something around here for, there's no for the engine. You've got to put something there.
Yes, sir. Well, this is the propeller here.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Got to make it long enough so they can see in there.
Do you want me to put it so that it's releasing the bum? You want me to put the bum so that it's releasing the bum to the appointed?
But you got your plane in the wrong that plane. Should have been here. See it? Pardon me? Excuse me, brothers and sisters. My elder son has forgotten his duty. So I got to put him back on it. It is not the best, but we'll make out with it. See, you could make this ratio a little more thicker. See, there's a brother sitting out there wants to show you how to do this, so, and me too, so bad. So he'll join up with us today and he'll be doing this for us. Is this your brother?
Should I make it a little better?
Don't put no line on that one, brother.
Should I make it form up?
And then you make dots where it's dropping from. Yes. Now you make the bum. So now, there's big space out of here. You make dots coming out. You've got to fill too much space. I'll make them big enough so they can see. You know, brother, it is true that the teacher have a job trying to train students. She hates for them to make a shame in the presence of visitors. Is that right? I know I do. And if the teacher would bear me witness, she would say it's the same. That's about the ugliest wheel I ever seen going on there. That's right, brother. That's about the ugliest wheel I have seen going. I would erase all that wheel and just make me a new one. That's all right. That's all right. That's going by no such time. Well, I have a pretty steady hand, but that's brother, you got it too far up. Brother, say, if I was you now, I would not put anything of the kind in it. I just put the one circle mark there and just open the gap there. And you go ahead. No, you make it open all the way back in. You don't close it up out on the edge. You don't put nothing there, brother. You don't make no close up and out here. Just make it all the way through open. Don't cut it off there and miss it. Right now. Right there. Now check the center with the motor in there. Now, brothers and sisters, I reckon I had better start my mouth again. In the Bible, there you have prophesy of a wheel in the book Ezekiel. Come on, now they're not stopping you. Keep making those dots around there. Keep making the dots around. No, there. Those represent, That's right. I have to take brother home with my guest. Teach him there where I will have help. He could do this before we could get through talking about it. But he went off, I guess, and got mixed up with some bad company. Had taken all of his thoughts away from the thing that is wavering around now. This represents that Ezekiel wheel you read of in the Bible. They actually have it up there. It's up there now. The devil knows it's up there. This is why he is continuing. I want him to be sure he heard it. To go up and make planes that can fly so swift that if he could discover it in the skies, he would be able to get back to it to throw a rocket in it before ever that he could move. He's making planes to search the space with the high speed known to his scientists. And this wheel in a wheel here, that Ezekiel prophesied of, that it got so high up in the air that it looked dreadful. This wheel is up in the air now. This is what they're trying to locate from the moon. If they could get a good stationary place on the moon and watch for this plane, he would drop that bomb on the earth, and that his height would be something about 20 miles above the earth when he dropped it. Not getting too far in the atmosphere, because he wanted to use the atmosphere to help guide his bomb. So that this bomb, when it strikes the earth, it will start right into the earth. It has a bomb that is timed, and that it has a little motor to the bomb, that when it strikes the earth, that motor automatically goes on and takes that bomb 1 mile into the earth before ever it explodes. When it explodes, it set up a mountain 1 mile high. That's a powerful bomb. Allah taught me that that's the same type of bomb that God used to make mountains on the earth. It's the same thing. It goes into the earth with a very speedy motor, taking it right on through like an air hammer. It don't dig out nothing, it just sucks right on into the earth, like an air hammer, chiseling down into the earth. And when it gets its time to not explore until it get a mile in the earth, they have in this bomb the type of our type of dynamite that they use to bring up the mountains of Everest mountain range. Powerful dynamite. It's more powerful than America is using. America uses 30% dynamite. And these people have their bombs equipped with 100% dynamite today to blast just a few mountains across the continent of North America. And that these mountains pulling up out of the earth from that blasting away bomb, it will kill people for 50 miles around that crater it makes, pushing up a mountain on each side. And this will go into action when America start using her high explosion, dropping it from there. This thing will come out and get us. They carry 1,500, or rather this plane carries 1,500 of these small bomb planes. Each one of the bomb planes carries 3 bombs, and these 3 bombs will take these bombs over an area of just what I said to everyone is dropping a bomb at to cover and to destroy for 150 miles where it was dropped. Excuse me for my lengthy time, but I want you to try and understand this, and I want you to be looking out for it any day. I have seen that plane. This is no perfect drawings of it, but the brother did the best he could. That's a powerful plane. It can dot in the skies just like you see what they call those those things that the flying saucers. Right through the plane measures 1 mile. Allah showed me the plane. As I tell you, if you find me lying on what I tell you or he said, I'll give you $10,000 out of my brother's vest pocket. And if he don't happen to have it, I will ask you to loan it to me, and then I'll pay you back. I can't lose. I saw this plane. This plane can move about into space so wisely until their way of trying to shoot them out of the sky will never catch this one, because there's a scientist, more than a scientist. I think there are 4 or 5 on this plane. There's a half a mile by half a mile. And this plane you may see look like up here, but it can dot out of your eyesight so fast until it didn't look like nothing but that. You will see this plane one day, because this plane have a civilization on it. They stay up there a year, and sometime a year and a half, and that plane, it's a wonderful thing. Dreadful looking thing. I'm not trying to deceive you. I'm trying to show you what you're going to see pretty soon. I stopped drawing this plane for years, but now I think I should go back to it, because they seem to be up there fixing it up to come near to the earth. When America thinks that she is going after this plane, she admits she saw it. Then those scientists own that plane. Go to work and change America so that she can't come forward to the plane. She can't shoot it. Write in your paper if you want to tell him what I'm telling you. See if he'll try and deny it. They know it's up there. I sit down and I talked with them years ago about it. They asked me questions. They have the drawing. They have a whole blackboard up there that they taken from us when they arrested us. And I had drawn the plane and wordings, and they taken it to the FBI's office, and there they have it there today. Because they knew this to be true, and they admitted it to me that it's true. But I said to you, brothers, and the day when that thing is seen in the sky over America, make haste and run to some post. There'll be 2 scientists on every 2 blocks. They'll be guiding you to tell you where to go. Everything has been prepared while we were sleeping to save us. That's a terrible thing, though. Those little dots there that you see that he made in that circle of the plane represents motors, great giant motors to carry this plane. Then well, that plane is like Jesus was. Jesus was a scientist, and he could tune in on you and I and tell what we're thinking on. And when the Jew would be planning to come to him, he's tuned up on them. He listened to them. If they said it go this way, he'll go this way. That's why they couldn't never catch it. He knew what the Jew was thinking about and knew what they was planning. Now to have 1 out of every 100 over there that can tune up on us over here to tell what we're thinking about. Think over that. We're pretty smart people. You can do it yourself if you will take time, clear your mind, and then go get into some place where no one will annoy you, and concentrate on nothing but that will or that brother. And after a while you hear what the brother is saying to himself. And maybe you hear the motors going on in the wheel. It is not that we are such people that we have to wait and see everything happen before we know what's going to happen. We would not be gods if we did not know what was going on around us among other than gods. No. It is nothing strange if I had a few scientists, and one, two may be in here, but he wouldn't know it. He'd bear me witness quickly. Yes, sir. That this is true. Ezekiel looked up at it and he says, "Oh, wheel, wheel." The wheel was so mighty to the man's imagination, that he cried out, "Oh, wheel." Seeing that dreadful thing up there in the sky, and so far in the sky, he said it looked dreadful. These things is going into action now pretty soon. The time is up for them to go into action. You and I being brothers, and with me walking around you day and night with the knowledge of these things and don't tell you, you will hold me responsible. So why didn't you tell me? I say, well, you wouldn't have believed it nowhere. Well, why didn't you tell us anyway? Let us disbelieve. That wouldn't have been your fault. And that would be right. So I'm not going to let you come and tell me that. I'm going to tell you these things now. There is two certain places on our earth that I'm bound to tell you about. I was not told to tell you, but since the time is here, just about right to drop that bomb from that plane to destroy our enemies, I'm going to soon tell you. But there are two places on our planet has been made for the purpose of hiding people. And they can stay there a long, long old time, and you will never know they're there. It is not so secret that I shouldn't tell you, but I'm not going to say so this evening, tell you this evening, because I go home and I will think over it, and I will ask the Lord, should I say this thing? Should I reveal to them what you have revealed to me? That revelation of the end of the world and what will carry on the destruction of the people that is here now, and do it in such way of surprise as the Holy Quran refers to it, even the earth will act like a revelation has been received by her. Well, these things is so to make known to this world that they are not the God over the other world. This is what these things is coming into being. Now, in my conclusion, I ask you to do this. Try and get out of the name of the white man as fast as you can. That is true there in that Bible, that the devil's name will be destroyed, be with it, and that God will give to you and me a name that will live forever. Muhammad, that name Muhammad, will be here 1 billion years to come or more. We had other names, as he taught me. Some of them was great long names, 3 or 4 inches long. But he said we didn't need all of that name. So the names he gave to us much shorter than them old names that our people used to go in. This is, I think, what the Jews got some of their long names. They also have some long names in the Bible. So I said to you in my, just leave that like it is, brother, don't erase it. I said just leave it as is, but don't erase it. Leave it like that. Maybe one of Yaakov boys will come in and they'll look at it and fall dead. So my beloved brothers and sisters of the most intelligent, active that I can say that I had in the past, none to take your place. No. So, God and I love you so well that He sent me to tell you these things, make God side of you. This is just what it's for. Make God side. You say, oh, I know I will never be a God. Yes, you already is a God. So I thank you. I know you don't have much money. None of us have much money. We were robbed of that by our enemies, the devil. But whatever you can spare us to keep building a safe and honorable place for you, please do so. We have in mind now of 2 fast jets. We want those 2 jets. Along with our ever begging for money to build a hospital. I just almost tremble when I see you out here fighting. The devil didn't go tell the devil to heal you. I want a place that your own people can work on you. Yeah. And if you will just follow me and give whatever you can, we will soon have these things. Think about it, if we have 1 million people here in Chicago, if they will only give us $1 apiece, we'd have $1 million every week. And that we could build what we want without begging people for it. And if we just give half that much, we'd soon have the South Side owned by black people. Elijah don't want to own nothing personal. He wants something that he can divide with you. The only thing I want personal is my wife. So I'm going to dismiss myself so that the brother minister can take over. I think he's getting hungry, and he wants me to hurry and get out of the way so he can get out of the way too. So I have enjoyed a brother time with a brother, with you, here this afternoon. A brother and a sister I have enjoyed being in your presence, sister. Pray Allah that we'll be back here at 2 o'clock next Sunday. And if you can't find 5 to bring back each of you, just put 2 figures back of the 5 and bring the 500. My friends, it is a lot of trouble is on its way to America, and I don't want you to be the loser. America, her friends are gone from her and has become enemies, and they're all looking towards America with murder. Let's go and take her. Just like the Bible teaches you there in Ezekiel. Let us go up and rise up, take hold of her. Take her at noonday. Any time that she's not expecting us. This is what they're talking about. You thought Pearl Harbor was terrible, but Pearl Harbor would look like a gang of boys playing to what they fixed up with to come against America. It's dreadful to talk about it, especially when you know it like I do. I know what they got planned to do to America. I know that. But I can't tell you all of these things unless you go and talk too much. So in the name of Allah, I pray that each and every one of you will go out of here happy and return home, find your family happy to see you on return as they saw you left. I thank you and hope to see you next Sunday evening. As I say unto you, Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. My dear beloved brothers and sisters, I feel like I'm a big man. You may be seated. I said, go ahead, come up here. I think I know your voice. Oh, you all right? No, right here, brother. In this seat, brother. Yeah. Take that seat. You know, brothers, that when you have a helper, you don't want him to get out of your sight. Old folks used to tell me, son, don't talk back to me. My beloved brothers and sisters, we are so happy to see your smiling faces here today until we could almost cry with a smiling face for joy. We are happy to see you visiting. But we still think we are shortchanged yet. We still think they're more outside someplace. Should have been more than this. I looked at a little church once, and the little church, from the outside, looked like to me they ought to have been talking to us somewhat about at least 300 or 400. So I said, let me go in this little church. That was in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So I got in there and I looked around. I didn't see but about a dozen people or less. I said, what are they making all this noise out here for? So I went in and it was a sanctified church. And so the pastor, as you may realize, was a woman. I sit down and she starts patting and feeding the pangolins and whatnot, looking right straight at me. So I said, after a while she'd come back when she had them all in a high tune. She said, are you saved? I said, I don't know. That's a mighty big question. I said, if I'm not saved, I'm in a terrible condition. She didn't know I was talking about her church. So she said to me, well, you stay right there. After a while, she got to preaching. She had a stick in her hand, and she started pointing it right at me, you know. And she came back later. She said, how do you feel now? Do you feel like you're saved now? I said, I'm not too sure. So she told me, she said, you keep coming here and you will be saved. I said, thank you. And I looked at the poor woman and I said, what a pitiful thing now. Our people have been robbed so by the devil that they go around and insult the God of truth and justice, the God of wisdom, the God of understanding, the God of our Savior, our God. So this lady, I wanted, after she got through, she asked me, would I accept Jesus? I said, may I have something to say? So she was so alert to tell me, come on up. I said to myself, going up, say, you think I'm coming up to join your church, but you're mistaken. So, go tell them whether you're saved or not. And tell them whether you want to join up with us. She started just patting her hand, and when they got quiet, I said, that's a great thing to say, that you are saved. As long as we are black people, I told her, I said, we are saved. But as long as we believe in white people's religion, we are not saved. So she told me she wasn't teaching white people's religion. that she was teaching Jesus' religion. I said, oh, thank you. I said, that's the teachings that I'm teaching. So she started patting and beating pans again. And she asked me, how long had I been saved? I said, ever since I was born. You can find lots of things that our people who have not the knowledge of self and others, it makes you feel like crying. Not to laugh at them, but to cry over them because they don't know. I'm a little late today, but I don't think that I have fed you with a late meal yet. I could soon get away, even though it seems like I'm late. And I can keep you here, and we all eat a late meal. Since we're talking about eating, I'm hungry now. And I think you who will rate us late, they should pay for us a good meal. I was constantly told at home, just a little while longer, they'll be there. We're waiting for such and such buses. So the dinner was smelling so good, I wanted to tell the brother, I'm waiting for dinner now. We have been working on, rather teaching on the time, the theology of time. But this afternoon, I'm pretty late, and I ought to just get me a text, kind of sort of like that old preacher taken one day. He had not had no convicts to join up in a long time. And they all would come in and start playing, ignoring him. So he says, I'm going to get these fools one of these days anyway. So next time he came back to his people, he went in his pocket, pulled out a quart of whiskey. He set it down. Went in the other pocket and laid down a 45. Then he put his Bible right in between the two. And he says, brothers and sisters, my text today is that some of these things will move you. So I'm about to take that kind of text too. We had a few sisters and brothers that we wanted to bring them before you. I don't know whether the minister have or not. Have you, brother minister? Sir? The minister loved to preach so long himself, so he didn't want you to break up his text. Well, I love ministers that love to teach like that. But I do like to learn who you are, and you learn us. We have a very smart little sister here. She has been with us ever since she was born. And she has learned so much that the messenger said until every time she come around me now, she wants the messenger say something. Know how smart she is. She'll come to me, she'll hug and kiss me, wanting to show me how smart she is. So today I'm going to surprise her. I want to know how smart you is now, little sister. This little sister is the captain, little daughter. Come on up here, baby. I want. front of that stand because she can't get up there. They won't see her. Stand right in the center, baby. Greet the people, baby. Greet the people. Walaikum salam. Who is the original man?
Jamaica, the queen of the pen of God, the universe. You want to say it?
Who is the colored man?
The colored man is the Caucasian man. I grew up the house, skunk of the pen of earth.
Very good for her to know the difference in the two people. To know the difference in the two gods. You have anything else to say to us, baby? Tell us what.
What is the population of the original nation in the wilderness of North America and all over the planet Earth?
The population of the original nation in the wilderness of North America is 17 miles to 2 minutes, and Smith and 19 miles. Our Earth stands as 4,400 million.
What is the birth record of the said nation of Islam?
The birth record of the nation. There is no birth record on him again, no end.
You can go to the high school and college. And if you are able to bring out a child out of either one of these places where the parents have gotten their Bachelor of Art degrees and whatnot, I will give you a nickel. We have some very learned little children around here. They visit my home sometimes to let me know how much they have learned. And it just makes me feel so happy to see a child using the educational language of college students. They're very smart. This is not the only one now. This has just happened to be the first one I look over here and saw. But there are lots of them here. We have been teaching here on the time, the theology of time. But today we are a little late, and we feel like that we want to just to teach you this and that. This is what the old folks used to say. My grandmother used to tell my brother and I, when we go to see her, she said, "Sit down there, boy, and tell me that which you know and that you don't know." So my brother and I, we returned home saying, how could we tell her that which we didn't know? When we don't know a thing, she'd tell us then we were telling a story. And she would, and beat us on top of it. So I came up on the such pants. They loved our back. Pardon me, brother. Well, brothers and sisters, I don't want to prolong the time with ourselves. I know what you came for. You heard that I was offering $10,000 for anything like a word or mistake that you could find that I made. I still have that up for you, that prize. That's a good amount of money for you to win. Some of us have never earned $10,000. You do have the chance of winning it here, if you can find me telling you other than the truth. Not in the whole lecture, but in just one word. You'll get you $10,000 to carry back home if I can get my brother back here asleep so I can take it out of his pocket. I didn't say I let you down. We see quite a few of our beloved people here with us, and that hey, put them all of those big guts that you said you had here. I know all of them, no. That's all the big people that you said you had here. Well, give me these then. This all. Yeah. Brother come giving me some little papers here. And I told him when I get here to let me know whether or not that there was a lot of dignitary people here so that I could tell them that I'm just a little skinny fellow and I'm not able, maybe, educational, to compete with them. And that after I'm through, I will give the speaker stand over to them. They can talk. I believe in giving everybody a chance. Yes. So I see some great professors listed here by brother. There is a real estate man, and we certainly need some houses. Yes. We need a lot of them. So I'm very happy that you're here. We will be contacting you soon. But some of us, you may have to help us with the down payment. All of these real estate men, brother? Oh, no, Professor. Yeah. All of these real estate men?
No, sir, there's not. Mr. John Doe, real estate. Mr. Frank Sewell, a businessman, and Brother David Howard, supervisor from the police department. A Woodrow banker.
From the police department?
Supervisor, the elevated from the police department, yes, sir. And this is Mr. Woodrow banker from the United States government.
Brother, I don't want to meet no police. What better you have told me? You better get me straight, or I'll be going home. Yeah. The brother done got me scared now, so I'm going to make him call these names off. Because I don't know who you got out there to catch me, brother. I talk pretty open.
Yes, sir.
And I talk about white folks.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, brother. My little humor, I don't mean anything. But, when you go to talking about policemen, somebody may start shaking. And we don't know whether he's after me or you. Brothers and sisters, and Mr. Policeman, feel at home. We're your brother. Regardless of what you are, you can be the high sheriff of Cook County or whatever office you hold, you still is our brother. And we come here to make that known. Face to face today with judgment. And if we don't understand that we are face to face with judgment, we may be the losers. America stands before death. America is doomed to death. America is bound to go to her doom because of the way that she has treated us. America have mistreated the black man in America so wrongly that God cannot hardly wait for us to choose our way. You can say yes or no, I don't care. I'm perfectly independent of what you choose. God came to me in 1931 in Detroit, Michigan. He taught me for 3 years and 4 months in person. I was not dreaming. I was looking at him in person for 3 years and 4 months. He taught me night and day. I used to be glad to get a little sleep. When he would tell me, I will be back, I would say, I hope it be long enough for me to get a little sleep. And he taught me what you hear me teach you. 3 years, night and day. I don't think I would be wise to say that I taught myself and I taught you thus and thus. No, he taught me thus and thus. I didn't know nothing. I didn't know my name. What I was calling myself, it was the white man's name. So whatever you hear me say here this afternoon, it came from his mouth in the way of divine. Whenever you hear me talk other than that, well, that's me. That was me. But divine, it came from him. Though he taught me about non-divine and who non-divine was. And I have been teaching it for 40 years. Think over that I'm no boy. If I've been teaching divine wisdom in America for 40 years, I didn't start when I was a baby. I'm an old man. And I'm ready for you. So, today, we are here and we thank you for coming out to listen to what I have to say. Or rather, I should make it more clear what God has taught me. I see here Mr. and Ms. C.W. Williams. I don't know whether this is my doctor or not. This from Detroit, you know him better than I do. What do you call him out? All right. Brother, give me all of these great people. And I want him to call them out to me, because we want to thank you for being present.
We have a Mr. John Green, who is a dealer in real estate. Dear Pastor, would you like to understand or just call the name, sir?
Pardon me? Yes, it's all right. Just call his name out in there for faith.
As indicated, we have a Mr. John Green, who is a real estate dealer. Mr. Frank Sewell, a businessman. Mr. David Howells, a supervisor for the elevator departments of police department. Mr. Woodville Bankhead, the Office of Economic Opportunities of the United States government. Mr. J.C. Douglas from the 13th District Business and Civic League in Detroit. Mr. and Mrs. C.W. Williams from the Williams Trucking and Hauling Company in Detroit. Mr. Frank Ditto, an organizational leader from the East Side Voice in Detroit. Mrs. Catherine Wallace, who is an aide to Judge Frederick Byrd in Detroit. Mr. Ronald Barnes, consultant for the Illinois Bell Telephone Company. Mr. Cleopas Williams, a union officer from the Longshoremen's Union in San Francisco. And Mr. Alonzo Hughes, who is an educator from Maywood, Illinois.
We thank you for your presence. And we pray, Allah, that you will return again. We are afraid that you won't eat enough this afternoon, but we pray that you will return. One thing we want to say to you, regardless to your profession, we still preach that you are our brother. Whether you want to say yes or not, you are our brother. All black people are the brothers of each other. You have been told that all people are brothers. And the way of being people, we are brothers. But we are not all brothers by races and nations. We have a stranger in our midst. And that is the white man. We are not brothers to the white man. He is a total stranger. He didn't come from the God that we came from. He comes from a made God, not a created God. Our God is a created God, and we are created people. But the white man is a made man. Yes, he didn't came here with us. We've been here ever since that the earth was made. We was right there beside our Father that made it. And that we, the black people, didn't come from white people, but white people came from us. We made the white man, and can do it at no limit of time. But when it comes to us, we were created. If this was heard and believed among you, alone would set you free. When the white man hear you say that your father, a black man, created him, or made him, pardon me, and that you are a created man from a created man. But the white man is a made man. When he represents himself to you, he puts it in such a way that you don't make a mistake. That he is not the created man, but he is the made man. He puts himself in his place. But you put yourself out of place when you go and follow him and call yourself the same thing that he calling himself. No equal. We've been here on the planet Earth according to the teachings of God to me in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, to whom praise is due, ever since light appeared into the total darkness of our created man. We are not people that came here just 6,000 years ago. We are people that came here trillions of years ago. The white man is a made man from one of our sanctity 6,000 years ago. That's no time with us. We've been here for trillions of years. And if you try, put his time in our time to calculate it down to the number one man, that self-created, you wouldn't hardly find a second to give it in time. Hardly will run into a second. Take 1 trillion years and divide it by 6,000 years. See what a little time you will have there. Then take 6,000 years and divide it into 6. The 6 trillion years. That's not the long time we've been here. Take that same 6,000 years, push it through the 6 trillion years, and move it over to 76 trillion years, and you will hardly be able to find it. You may think that Elijah Muhammad don't know what he's talking about. Never heard of nothing like that. How could you hear anything like that? Following a baby only 6,000 years old. Now how could you know anything about billions and trillions of years? With man's voice ringing throughout that time. How could you hear it in just 6,000 years ago? We don't care nothing about the little white man. We don't care anything about his big talk. We know it's like a little puppy running along beside a great big hound. I'm going to move over to our work, but you should know this. Know how old the man is that's walking around with a big chain, cracking you across the head with it. How long this big shot been here? He's just been here just 6 days to our counting. He's not been here but a few days. 6,000 years is nothing for trillions of years. Black man, remember, you are the father of creation. Black man, remember that no white man can dispute with the one who said it, Elijah. He can't dispute with me. I'm a God-taught man. I'm a God-raised man. I wear this on my head, but we dare the white man to wear it publicly, but once a year. You know why he can't wear it over once a year? Because that he had nothing to do with the making of this. The black man made this thing. What I mean, the sun, moon, and stars. White man know nothing about the creation of such planets. This is why I want to teach you the theology of them. Anything in the universe, anything on earth of human beings and of life of any kind, I'm here to tell you what Allah has taught me of. Not what I know. It is Allah the one has taught me. And I don't think you'll be able to make him out other than the truth. We was teaching last Sunday on this voice. Where is my son-in-law? My son-in-law. Oh. Come on up here, brother, while you were in the world you've been. Is that your mate? Is that your mate? Well, so you raise your hand and give us your mate. You know, in Ezekiel, we have a very, very powerful prophecy, and one that is kind of frightening. Don't you come here with no little something, because I'm hard to take. Take it good and time. Then I'm going to run you away from over there. You know, I'm a pretty tough fella. Especially with these brothers that I've been knowing ever since near 40 years. I know they don't want to be called 40 years old, but I've been knowing them for that length of time. And that this man is my son-in-law, Wali Muhammad. You have my name. You know, when I found him, he had the devil's name. And that he started following me. He married my daughter, and I thought I would make her call him after her name. Because I didn't want a son-in-law in my house called by the devil's name. Near 40 years. I know they don't want to be called 40 years old, but I've been knowing them for that length of time. And that this man is my son-in-law, Wali Muhammad. You have my name. You know, when I found him, he had the devil's name. And that he started following me. He married my daughter, and I thought I would make her call him after her name. Because I didn't want a son-in-law in my house called by the devil's name. Gets away from the phone sometimes. The brothers tried to line me up with a mic, and the thing slips away from me every now and then. I have to get back to this one. And that in this world we was to worship, and we love try to be called by the white man's name. Love to look like it. And that I'm going to see whether you love to look like it. The white man has been here on our planet for 6,000 years, and he has ruled. Now, brother, I'm pregnant like your job. Yes, sir. And you have that basket, then I can get a little stronger if I hear something in it. I went in a church once to pass the basket so fast, I kept hearing something rattling in it, you know. So it got round. So I didn't have much money, but I did in a dime. I didn't have no more, because I know they was asking for charity, and I love to give charity. So I give them a dime, and they looked at me, and I shook my head, said I didn't have no more. But I don't want you to do that, so we may follow you and prove that you do have more. And we're going to spend most of our time on this second we will call it a wheel, and that's what it is. This afternoon says that we are a little late. And this will make you come back to find some. But we have people in here from Detroit, Michigan, where I first began teaching. It was in Detroit, Michigan, 40 years ago. And they tell me that they have around 29 or 30 buses out there full. That's a lot of people to come over around near 300 miles. So if I didn't feel like I wanted to teach, I should teach for come 300 miles and further from the East Coast, about 900 miles, and some from the West Coast, I suppose. I think they are. People coming from these long distances don't mean to make them for nothing. They want you to tell them something. And if you're not going to tell them something, get off the stand and let them tell you something. You know, my brother, I have learned to be human with people is to get friendship. You're going to be stern and tell them about the pitchfork that Satan's going to throw you in the fire with. You only get frightened. But tomorrow morning you wake up, I don't believe that. No, we don't want to fool you. We're going to talk about some fire, but it's not the kind of fire that disappears overnight. It's the kind of fire that lingers around with you, and you feel it. So my beloved brothers and sisters, you take for an instance that I have the Holy Quran here lying beside me. I don't have the Bible here with me. I can soon get it. We was never taught to read the whole Quran by the white man. We never was taught that there was a universal religion besides his that was called Islam. He never did talk about no other religion but Christianity. And I want to say, brothers and sisters, that if God made Adam and he waited Adam's children got about 2,000 years old, and then he sent to teach them the right religion, I said, God put himself in a very ugly thing. Why, the people could force him to say, why did you leave us without Aaron for all that time? You think these things. 2,000 years after Adam, before ever that he sent Jesus with the right religion. Just think over that. What kind of God was he? Now he said this is the best one. And it's that if you believe in Jesus and Christianity, then you will go to heaven. But what about all those people before Jesus was born? Where did they go? Just think over these things. What kind of God was that created the heavens and the earth and then would not create for man a good religion until he gave birth to Jesus? Just think over these things. I don't ask you much, but just think and reason over. Would God be so evil that he would let us live here all that time before ever he would make us a good religion and a good man? He said Enoch was a good man. What religion did Enoch have? If he was good, just think over that. He said Moses was good. What kind of religion did Moses have? Just think it over for yourself. He said Moses was good, that he sent him into Egypt to bring out Israel from bondage of the house of Pharaoh. Oh, well then, what religion did he preach to? Now, he didn't talk by no religion. The prophet said he brought Israel out of Egypt by the hand of a prophet. But what kind of religion did he carry there? They said Pharaoh didn't have no religion. He worshipped owls and whatnot. What did Moses worship? And what kind of religion did Moses offer Israel? Have you ever thought of this? He still had to wait 2,000 more years for Jesus to be born. Have a religion? Answer to yourself. Is it a religion? What was it? He said that he didn't come to change the law of the prophets, but to fulfill them. What was the law of the prophets? We want to know where we're going to, where we're headed to. Since the white man have rose up among us and claimed that he has the right religion, I want to know, Mr. Devil, who you think that you could fool in the way of religion while you're blinding the people's eyes to the knowledge of the religion of the prophet. Now, I love to get after this devil. These people, they tell us to believe and follow Jesus. How about Moses? He don't teach you to follow Moses. He said Jesus. Well, what did God give to Moses? Was Moses' religion different from Jesus? No, you said no. Well, what was it? Tell us the name of these two great prophets' religion. And he will tell you Jesus. Well, what about Moses' people? Did they go to hell? Talk back to him. And you will find he will run from you. Chase him with truth. The God that taught me, he calls him the skunk of the planet Earth. Don't get scared, brother. I'm going to hold you. Oh, yeah, you start running out of here, I'm going to hold you. So don't get afraid. I've been here 40 years teaching this thing. He is so wicked and so filthy that God called him the skunk of the planet Earth. Look at what he is doing. Look at him now going nude. This just fits him, a skunk. Taking your wives and daughters, stripping them off, parading them up and down the street. All of your knowledge spent trying to make and model a nice, respectful daughter. He go out there and make them disrespectful. Pulling off her clothes, showing her shame up and down to the public. The Holy Quran says he pulled off their clothes and showed the nation their shame. Believe it or not, but you can walk out the door and see. They're out there doing that. Or maybe she may come in your own house. You don't have to walk nowhere. Just look what he did for your daughter. Your wives made them pull off their clothes and made them to like it. I'm only telling you the truth. I'm not saying it. What a preacher, Baptist, or Methodist, Catholic, look like preaching to you, decency. And there sits his daughter with nearly all of her clothes off. Just think of it. Any of you preachers, if you're in here, follow the white man to pulling your wife and your daughter's clothes off to the public. You need to go back and ask God. I think you made a mistake if you sent me. You said God sent you. But I said, go back and tell him that he made a mistake. No minister of any religion will allow another people to pull his wife and daughter's clothes off and make them walk in the public nude almost. You would never be able to convert me. No. Because you should first do like the preacher in the jungle of Africa and Australia and other far off Pacific islands. Preach for the savage to hide his nakedness. This is the first preaching we give to a savage, to cover your nakedness. But you hear in what is called civilization. Think of civilization. You'll say you're a civilized man and got your daughter and your wife walking out there in the street half nude. This is what we see in Africa in certain spots. Yeah, I've been there. I have traveled a little in Africa myself, and also in Asia. I'm not telling you something wrong. I'm telling you what I know, and if you've been there, you will bear me witness. Yes, that you saw the thing. It's ugly looking. Wives sitting down on the shade tree with her body near nude, with her baby nursing from it, as though this is the right civilization. We got to civilize people. We got to go to Africa. We don't consider the jungles of Africa people anything for us to follow, to be taught. Be taught what kind of way? If you're not civilized, you can't lead a civilized person. Talk back if you are evil. I've been around a little myself, and I know what you have. Not guessing, but I know from actual things. If you tell me to go to Africa, I will go there, but don't tell me to go there to be civilized. I'm already civilized, and I'm ready to civilize Africa. But some of us rise up boasting of Africa. I said, first get civilized and go there and civilize Africa. That's right. Then I said, we all is together in civilization. As you see, the drawings at the head of our paper, Muhammad speaks. He speaks too. We love Africa, people, like we love you in a way. Not quite as much, because they've been free and they let England, Germany, and other European people go over there and rob them, push them back in the jungle, and taking over their country. I dare us to get a country. They certainly won't push us over out of it. I'm only pricking you up on this simple thing. We love Africa. That's why I have our hands joined on the upper part of our paper. This is just what we want to do with Africa. We want to make Africa our brother. But Africa cannot lead us until they themselves have become perfect civilized. What God has taught me is a perfect civilizing teaching. It is not something that you could add to make it civilized. It's perfect civilized teaching. To civilize any savage, regardless of where it comes from. I have been visited by many Africans, many of them, right here in Chicago, at my home, 47 Woodlawn. They come to me and they are happy to meet me. And I'm happy to meet them. There are many fine scholars and scientists in Africa. But in all of their knowledge that they have, it is not from the right source. White men have taught them. They have some of their ancient teachings, but now it must be replaced for the new wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that is brought forth to liberate the black man all over the earth. And that knowledge is here with me. This I don't say criticizing no one. I want to join hands with you and be your brother. But not with that which England, Dutch, and these other slave-making rascals. They give you their knowledge to enslave you, like they did here in America, Africa. Anyone come from out of the country of America, see you acting a little foolish, ignorant, they jump on you and rob you. And yet doesn't give you nothing to relieve you of the robber that you was born under, brought up in his kitchen. But I'm here to fight any robber. As the Bible teach you of me, and you thought it was the Jesus like that 2,000 years ago, but it's Elijah. All before me was thieves and robbers. This means leadership. That Jesus could not say all before him was thieves and robbers, then he would have been classifying his prophets before him to be thieves and robbers. He could not have mentioned anything like that. But it's me. I'm the one that said that. And the spiritual and knowledge of the prophets that wrote it, not before Jesus. Those were prophets before him, and not thieves and robbers. But thieves and robbers was before me. Robbing you of all they could. Very black leaders come before you without robbing you. Most all of them, they always look to see how heavy your pocket is. And they set out to rob. I see how empty your pocket is. I set out to put something in it. The time that we are living in now is the judgment of the white folks. And America's number one fight. God have made the whole world turn against America in order to destroy her. As Daniel says in the Bible prophesying of America, of the four beasts. Think over four beasts is the name given to the four greatest governments of the white man by the prophet. He didn't call them nothing but beasts. And now you want to call them angels, while the prophet calls them beasts. And that's not what they is. They got a human look, but their characteristics is a beast. You may not believe me, but the time will prove that I'm teaching you the truth. This particular drawing here that my son-in-law just did for you is found in the 1st and 10th chapter of Ezekiel. He said he saw in a vision a wheel in a wheel. It didn't come down to the earth. He said he saw it rose up from the earth. I want you to listen at me good, as I thought that it would have been best that I talk about this wheel. No, you keep that. I don't want the stick. I want the wheel. My son-in-law saw me draw this wheel in Washington years ago, so he can draw it now better than I can. He don't add anything to it, but more perfection. He can draw better than I can. So Ezekiel, I'm about to lose my helper here. So Ezekiel says that he saw in a vision a wheel in a wheel. Now you see only the outer of the great wheel that he said he saw. But he said he saw wheel in a wheel. Where is the other wheels, Ezekiel? Now, if Ezekiel saw any vision, prophets don't see visions of lies. Whenever they have a vision, it's the truth. He said a wheel in a wheel, and that this wheel rose up from the earth. He didn't say nothing about where it was made at on the earth, but he said a wheel rose up from the earth, and that it got so high it looked dreadful. That he said when he looked at it, he said, oh, wheel, wheel, wheel. So it must have been a great thing for Ezekiel to behold. A wheel, he said, got so high that it looked dreadful. And out of that wheel, he said, he saw something come down from it. And he called it, see, what is that thing called it? He gave it a name, some kind of cherubim. Cherubim. And that we thought that he was talking about angels, but that is not angels. No. That was another plane coming out of this plane. This is a plane here that measures, Almighty God taught me, of 1/2 a mile by 1/2 a mile. That's a mighty wheel. And that when it flies over the place where it's going to drop bombs out of it, he sends one of the planes like this one coming out of. Then he drops the bomb out of that plane on the earth. And that bomb that he drop out have a bomb inside of the bomb. And then it have on in that bomb a thing made kind of like a earth drill that you see people drilling out here in the streets. You have that type, but it's so much more powerful. It comes down from this plane, drops it on the earth, and when it strikes the earth, a motor goes off in it. And it takes this bomb here into the earth. Something like a mile before ever she explodes. And that bomb have a steel drill that it can't batter and it can't be stopped until it gets a mile. At that depth, then the explosion goes on in it, which have 100% dynamite in it, while we're using 70% on Earth there with us. But God taught me that they have 100% type of bomb that they drop on the Earth from a terrific height of what height the mountain is to be. If it to be 2 miles high, they drop a bomb in the earth to go down 2 miles into the depth of the earth. Then she blew up a mountain 2 miles high. This bomb don't have that dreadful, this wheel does not have that dreadful bomb. These bombs will only go into the earth, he said, 1 mile. They will blow up a mile high a mountain. This wheel here have 1,500 of those little planes you see the brother has made on it. It have 1,500 of them on it to drop off on America. They will take a height over North America, and they will drop off these bombs, and they will save 3 of these bombs to drop on England. They will drop the other 3 on England, which it will only take just 3 of them to rip England apart. I'm not trying to frighten you to believe. That's immature with me. I'm only telling you what was told to me by God to tell you before these things take place. This plane here, I guess my speaker don't want me to talk to it. This plane here will make 1 trip across America and drop her bomb, and that when she drops one, you know the distance of which the explosion will take effect, then just 3 of these planes will be sent to the British Isles to take care of England. Believe what I'm saying or wait around a few days. This plane goes above the earth 40 miles to unload those bombs on America. He gets up 40 miles. Oh, we have jets like that. Right. But, brother, when this plane unloads her deadly destruction, you won't have no planes up there. No. They won't fly up there with your jet. They're going to get rid of your jet on the ground first. How are they going to do that, Mr. Muhammad? They do it like this. First thing they will do, they will go and destroy all America's airplane bases. And they will also destroy her planes that you see running up in the air now at the speed of sound, and that's a terrific speed of a gun shot, and more faster than that. They get rid of them first. How are they going to get rid of them? Oh, yes. They're going to make her and her enemies get rid of him. Yeah. She has some enemies that have the same thing that America has. Put them to fighting first and make them to get rid of each other. Just as out it, they will almost kill each other. This is what they're driving them to now. To do away, as one scientist said, America, the white man would not worth using no such high explosion on it. Wasn't worth it. Doing like the Muslims did, that people live over here next to Turkey. What's the name? That Turkey almost annihilated. When they thought the last war was, another people there. They're all but annihilated. But some of them still around. Albania. No, not Albania. Albania is Muslim. These little Christians that live there next to Turkey. Armenians, that's who they are. Armenian is Christian. So the church thought that it was time to get rid of the Christians. So they went out and just went and slaughtered Armenians like nothing, till he was told that it was not time to kill all white people. But that's just what you're going to see. Get rid of all white people who is the devil of black people. You will see. They will bear me witness if they was in here. I can make them bear me witness. That the war that is breaking out now, the war of Armageddon, it has already begun. This is to get rid of white folks. You don't need to go over to Vietnam to fight. No. What you going to fight for? If America wins, you still will be her slave nation. And you will have Vietnam to divide it. But you won't win. Those old ancient Hindus that is fighting over there against America, Christianity. Allah put them to fight him because he don't want either one. So he let America, the Christians, kill Hindus all they wanted. And then so he let America, the Christians, kill Hindus all they wanted. And then the Hindu will be killing her too. But they probably will not win, but let them kill each other. So you don't want either one. You notice how quiet the Muslim acts in this war? You never hear tell no Muslim going to war to defend either side. No. Because they don't want either one of them, Christian nor Hindu. A Hindu is one of the oldest enemies of God, of man. You're running over talking about our people, killing our people, just because you look like you're little. They're not people. It's been on this planet for 35,000 years trying to destroy God's own religion, Islam. You don't see no Muslim, and I would to my God that I could get one of these bombs and one of these planes and fly over that territory. I will show you how long they will be here. There may be some Hindu believers in here, but I don't care, brother. Yes, I'd fly over your territory and kill every one of you if I could, if you were here. I don't love you myself. I don't care if America kill all of you and you kill them too. I don't love either one of you. Oh, will. Think over the prophet, looking at it. Oh, will. You look dreadful. Loaded up with bombs to rain on America. God told me that you make one stroke across America, now America would be all but finished off. And just 3 of these bombing planes go to England, that'd be the end of England. Just one of these bombs each of her hours, that's all. Go in the earth 1 mile. Principally up a mountain for a mile high and kill the civilization for 50 square miles around it. Ah, brother. Don't come trying to make war with God. It's a dangerous thing to do. Today, every kind of deadly weapon is being fashioned to destroy man from the face of the earth. They all is angry with each other, as the Bible prophesies. And the nation was angry. God himself was angry. But had come the time of the dead that they should be risen up and be judged according to justice. That's there in your Bible and our Revelation. God was angry. The Lamb was angry. Everybody angry. Because the war of the devil was against God and his messenger. So God and his messenger both was angry. I'm angry now. I'm ready to fight. is why that I'm here today. I come out alone. I don't have no armies with me. My few followers is very weak. They have no arms. But if they follow me to my God, they have perfect arms. Arms that don't miss. I guess someone is hungry like myself. I too is hungry. Save yourself from this war. This is a terrible war. Everyone throwing at the other and all he has. And deadly bombs, guns, and everything. They're doing it. They're prepared to do it. If you don't have a Savior in this day and time, make haste and get one. Over in Europe, it's the boiling point. In America, it is the point of death. Everything pointing at us. Oh, save America, you will say. Yes, if America had not destroyed you, she could be saved. But you have destroyed you. Night and day she's killing black men. Someone must stand up for black men. So I have God. Someone must stand up for black men. So I have God on my side to defend me. Storm, rain, hail, earthquakes, drought, plagues of all sorts is going on. I won't tell you that I'm doing that. This is what they want to charge me with. But I said, charge it to the right one, the powerful one, that's God himself, not me. Certainly I'm with him. Certainly I hope that he will be just about him. So my dear beloved brothers and sisters, I have given you a description of what's in the sky. There's a sciences or two on it that tell every spot where America heard bombs and where she got her dreadful. She has something dreadful. Dreadful planes scattering around with bombs that is capable of ripping this apart, but they can't get to it. That science is on there. If America's bomb is over California, they take this and just sneak away into another place. She has seen it. She admitted to me they have seen it. But they can't get to it. They are like the Jesus was when he was here. He had the knowledge of tuning in, hearing what you think about. If the Jews started at him on this side of town, he'd go on the other side. Because he heard them when they were planning to come to him. And it's there. One out of every 100 in Asia of the righteous can hear you thinking over here. tell you what they're thinking about. There was two of that type of people visit my home here not so many weeks ago. They both look like brothers. Wherever there is a God-raised man or prophet to do a big job, these types of scientists visit him to assure him their friendship, that whenever the right time comes, we'll be with you. We will take it in. These are the type of scientists that you read of in the Bible that want to go forth and do this and another and do that. These are the ones that I'm telling you about visit me here not so many days ago. They have orders by Allah to do a certain job. Each one is to do a certain job. Like you read of it in the Bible. That one scientist, he went out and his job was to send a plague of wind, or send a plague of storm, or to send a plague of fire, or something like that. These are the type of men. I know them, and they know me. And that everyone has a job to do. There's 7 of them. Allah says that the job is not enough for one, but 7 of them will be ordered to do it. And think over it. Not spooks, they are men. And last of all is that dreadful angel, which places one foot on land and one on sea. That's that dreadful one. That's the 7th one. And the book says, and Allah appointed, he lifted up his right hand and his left hand to heaven. This is the way Muslims pray. They lift up the hand and they pray like that. Both hands. And he said in his words, time. Time. No, it's now. There's soon, no more. And then he cut a soil into gravity and set the nation on fire. This cutting us started, it means cutting us started into the atoms of the gravity of Earth and make these atoms over the Earth explode. When they explode, they set all the atmosphere into a flame of fire. And there is no people can live on the earth because it will be all in a flame of fire. This is the way the heavens and the earth will display the judgment as the Bible teaches you. But the flame will only go up 12 miles high. But it'll more certainly get you that is on the earth if you don't get with Allah. Our people have never been taught of Allah, they've been taught of God. Well, in fact about it, that's one of the attributes of Allah. That's God. And Allah is God. And they have 99 of such names. Each one meaning something of himself and of his power and wisdom. So I'm going to hurry now to dismiss you, as you have been here so faithful and patient. And especially my brothers and sisters who have rode a long way trying to get here to see me and hear me. I'm so sorry that we was a little late today and I couldn't carry out what I wanted. But my people know me. Some of them came here, they have known me to teach this for years. And they came out because they just love to hear it again and again. Don't sleep. This is what the book says happened with the 5 wise. And the 5 foolish, the foolish went to sleep. And judgment was called before they could wake up. So don't sleep. I want every one of you who are visiting us to go to our restaurants and eat your fill for half price. The other. I won't let you give me charity and then not feed you, but you'll have quite a few, and I'm afraid that I may hurt myself if I give all of you a meal. I can give 2,000 or 3,000 people a meal myself. I have 10,000 myself. I'm not your hungry preachers of the Baptist Church. That is too stingy to give you a meal. I can give all of you a meal free. But some of my brothers may think that I'm overstepping the limit. But I don't mind. I know you'll give it back to me one day. I'm not preaching for you to give it back to me. Nor am I cutting the price for you to give it back to me. No. I don't care nothing about you giving it back to me. I love you and I want to give you something. Satan, go to our eating places this afternoon. Help yourself for half price. I wish I could give you a meal after you go home. That meal you eat there, I wish I could give it to you. I love you. And I hate to see the devil triumph over you and take you to hell with him. So I'm willing to do everything, even to my life, to keep you from going down with this devil. This is all he's after you for. You know the devil in the north and south would not give you his women folk this day if he was not trying to get you to go to hell with him. When it's written in the Bible that he killed them, the woman, corrupting themselves. It's written. So, don't take his old ugly blue-eyed woman. They're not good women. They're ugly women. What I mean, they're not pretty like your black woman. If your black woman was not better than his white woman, why is he all the time in your yard and house? You know you have the best woman. And we want to tell our best woman now to come out of his yard, out of his house, since we told you he's the devil and he can't make us out no lie. Come out of his house. out of his yard and out of his automobile. We'll come after you one day. You see these brothers sitting around here with apple wire on their head? I'm training them to come after you. Exactly. Yeah. We're going to take you and put you in your place. Beautiful sisters, we're going to do that. We're not going to beg you either. We're going to tell you to get in your place. Stop bearing half-white babies for the devil. We are not going to stand for that much longer. Yeah. Now, leave it a little alone. We mean what we say. I have followers from the Gulf to the border. And I have followers from one coast to the other. And they are training very fast to set our law in the land. The law of righteousness, the law of justice, the law of equality. We're going to set it from coast to coast. Our God, fine. Thank you for listening. I thank you, my beloved sisters and brothers, for you visiting us here in this mighty fine, beautiful house, finest one is in the country of our black brothers and sisters. Equal this one. I don't care where you go. Nearly $5 million that we paid for it, still paying for it yet. Hope that you will give us from a nickel on up to as much as you can to help us to finish paying for it. We haven't paid for it all. No. But we have gotten it where that we can say to the world it's our place, but we have not paid for it. We sold $3 million on this house, and we hope that you'll help us to pay it off. Thank you. My brother minister here will dismiss you, and I want every one of you to prove to me that you believe in the truth of what I... Assalamu alaikum. You may be seated. Well, I don't think I have to take that preacher's text today. That some of these things is going to move you. I think I can get along without it. I'm certainly happy to see your smiling faces here this afternoon. I hope I can get to smiling. If I don't, well, I have to take that man's text that some of these things is going to move you. Yes, what I was told, I was almost ready to stay home. You know, you done made me now kind of sort of independent. If I don't see a lot of you out here, I won't come. So now I see you do have the house full here before my face. Well, I guess I have to do something about it if I just have to stand up here and tell you how you acted in 1901. And you wasn't here in 1901. Our subject has been, for the last few weeks, the theology of time. And that I heard a minister behind me saying, go ahead. So he must know the time. So my ministers, I say Assalamu alaikum to you. Certainly glad to see you here. Yes. You know the way to get ministers to go to work? You come out and work yourself and then bawl them out. See, you can't do that until you do your work yourself. You've got to let them see you working. So they've been thinking that I've been sitting around, taking it easy, lying back in the shade. But now, I fooled them. I come on out and go to work. They have to watch me now. Well, I got to look at you a little bit. I love to look at my pretty people. So Brother Minister Farrakhan was calling you beautiful. So I got to look at you and see whether you're beautiful or not. If you're not beautiful, I'm going to tell him he made a mistake. You know, Brother Farrakhan is a very good minister. He has been with us for a long time. And he's a man full of fire. The fire of the Holy Spirit of Allah. Wonderful minister. Wonderful. Let us go back over here and take a look at this theology of time. What is time? That's the main thing that we should know, is what we mean when we say time. We mean from the distance of something else that is taking us so long and so long to get to the other point. And if we have 2 points here to meet together, we time the time that we're going to try and meet between the two objects. So it means that then we have motion, and motion makes time. We cannot have any reading of time until we set up motion. Then we read how long did it take between this motion and that motion to reach each other. Well, we can say like this and get you better understanding. Maybe I'm getting myself all tied up. If motion is made, we calculate how long that motion takes to meet with another motion or an object. Right? Well, if I'm not right, you have to take me to school. And I better get away from that. The Mercury radio talk and see these pictures, and that some of these things that I said, you'll find an answer right there. I don't know whether you're hearing me or not. Okay. You say you hear, then I'll make some noise to see if you hear. You know, I'm very happy that we have here, as I was told, some visiting physicians who I know, and they are visiting us. These people can cure everything that you can't cure. So that's the kind of people they are. But I don't want to make you sick. They don't have time to cure you in here, while that we are trying to cure you of a very bad spirit that an enemy put in you 400 years ago. And we don't want to get these two spirit illness mixed up. We want to divide them. Send one back where it came from and keep the other one. I'm quite sure that we have went over this board here so many times that you almost know what we have there. For the last 5 weeks, we have been talking on what's on this board and on what we put on the board. If we're going to acquaint you with the time, when did time start? Yeah. We cannot talk on time unless we know when time begins. Well, we don't want you coming out here saying that we're talking on something we don't know nothing about. We know you, and if we know you, we know we're talking about something. Yes. Time. When it started way back then, long ways back. It started when the first motion of an atom moved in out of darkness. When that atom moved, it spelled time. That was, according to the teachings of Allah to me, was something around about 7 to 6 trillion years ago. Now, if you're a mathematician, you will tell me what a trillion years is. I'm not going to fool around there since you're a mathematician. I might get tangled up. 76 trillion years ago, when these things took place. What things? The motion of time. If I do this, you can spell me as making some kind of time, right? Because I'm doing this, making motion. So if you read the motion, then that is what I want you to do, is to read and tell how long it took this hand come from here to there, or go back here. That's time. But if I hold my hand up like that, it's making no time. Nothing is going on. It's just a hand being held up. But we as original black people here in North America, we have not been making time ourselves. And it's due to us not knowing how to make time. Time that is made, which is worthless, that is no time at all. We don't want that kind of time. We want time that will produce something. When we make it time and there is a production made by the actions of time, then we say that we're doing pretty well. But as long as we have no production from the time that we are making, we had better just sit down and let somebody else come in and make time. We have been sitting down here in North America ever since the slave master said, "You're free, Negro." We sit down and ask them for something to do. When a man has become so dead to the knowledge of the things in which he should be done, and the knowledge of himself, who is wasting the time, that man is in bad condition. After 100 years up from slavery, we have not made any effort in trying to produce something out of the time that the divine has given to us. We want to remember these things and put them in your mind to continue to keep calculating on. If we calculate from the number one, who is God himself, then I think that we could get a starting point. And a starting point is what you need. In the day and time that we are living in now, war going on all over the world, and it's threatening the country of America, I say it's time for the dead to wake up. If the dead is to wake up, how are they to wake up? If we have nothing to wake them up with or by, then we should seek someone to wake them up. But if you have not one to seek, to align some kind of instrument to make the dead wake up, I said, get after them yourself. Yes, let us go after them. And that all of the talk that we hear night and day, and each one is spelling war. All the voices we hear now got some war in it or at the end of it. He's talking war. The theology of time. It took place, as we have repeated, said, back 76 trillion years ago. We still feel good to know that we were the first people. We still feel good to know that we are the righteous. If we were not the righteous, there would not be a judgment. Because if you're going to judge one wicked fellow and you have another one to judge, there shouldn't be a judgment at all. Just take these two wicked fellows and make them to agree they're wicked and go ahead on with your work. But there are righteous in the midst of wicked people who must be heard out and give them a chance to live to themselves, and while they live to themselves, you could take care of the wicked. It is true about the sheep on one side, it goes on the left. That is true. And the symbolic sheep represents the righteous. Why did they choose this animal or this herd to represent the righteous people? Because their characteristic is similar. That's why they choose the sheep. Sheep is a very humble animal. And a goat is a very tough fellow. So therefore, making the symbol between the two, they choose two animals that really represent the people. An animal is right, an animal is wrong. You know what somebody told me when I was at home? That they didn't have hardly any people down here. I can't hardly tell the difference myself. I see everywhere filled with people. I think the people are trying to get me to stay in. You know, I don't feel like David said he wanted to be like some young jumping rule, we call it, a goat. He wanted to be like that. So I don't see why you should say that I can't be like that too. You know, visitors, I got some brothers. Yeah, I have some brothers that thinks that I'm always I'm not like that. They couldn't run over on you. They're fooling you, wanting me to stay home and rest. They tell me rest. I don't want to lose you. I stay home and rest. The devil will come get you. They keep on fooling me. I'm going to come down here every Sunday. throughout Illinois. I have ministered everywhere. I can't exalt myself in ministry. As soon as one is converted, he wants to preach. I like that. Well, don't get in a hurry trying to tell me, why don't you go ahead and preach a piece of one? No, that's the wrong way to talk to a poor little minister who's been talking all the while you were sleeping and eating. Yahoo is father of the white race. That's the name of the God who made the white man. I don't want to bite off this mic. Well, we used to think that the white man and the black man was made at the same time. Now God came and told us the time and give us the knowledge of what was made in the time. I was so surprised until I actually wanted to go back and beat up all the preachers. Oh, I'm not talking about you, brother. You're not that type of preacher now. I'm not going to get after you. So just take it easy. I will take our conversation personal, not out in the public. Because my father was a preacher, and I'm afraid you'll make fun of him. He was one, until Allah made me one. What will God make? There's his uncle. But something that will make mischief in the land and cause bloodshed. Today we have mischief going on in all parts of the earth, and bloodshed is following. This is the right way. No need to start up killing each other while he himself kills. Today, it is the ideal of the white race, the devil, to kill all black people. That is what they want to do. If they can't kill you like that, they will go to work and deceive you. Make you go along with them whom your God will kill. They like all of this. I was listening to one last night talking about black people, what they should do. I said, Mr. White people, what is you going to do? They're talking over wholesale killing black people. But I said, he can't put that small time stuff over on Allah. Allah will not be a Savior if he could not save you and I. The righteous. All black people are the righteous. They were created righteous. Never was the unrighteous. Your mate is that which absolutely is right. But the devil made you and our parents to follow him, that put unrighteousness acts in us. But by nature, we are the righteous. This what the Bible means when it says he will separate the goat from the sheep, till the goat save the sheep. We are talking about us and the white man. The white man is the goat, and you and I are the sheep. So I want you to remember at all times that you are not the goat. It is the white man that is the goat. Remember at all times that you are not no brother with them. Remember that. When Yahweh made them, he made them out of the essence of evil, and not out of the essence of good. So this is what we have been talking on all the while. We have been talking about the evil race and the good nation. You are the good nation, and they are the evil race. Stay away from them. Don't be trying to marry them. It's just like going out there marrying fire. Because they were created so, or rather made for fire. The Bible teaches you that. And the Quran too. Made for fire. And we were created good, and we are now removing from us that which is no good. And I want you and me to unite together and be good. Live in unity. We look alike, act alike, and then yet cannot agree that we are one. We are one. I want you, brothers, when I turn the mic over to my brother minister, to unite with us. You say, I don't know nothing about no Islam. What do you know about Christianity? This is the thing that we must answer to. If we are not this, what are we? If we're not that, what are we? You can't answer to your own self because you don't know self. But I said today I raised up among you to teach you who you are. And to teach you who the white people are, whom you've been bowing down worshiping, obeying them as gods, and they are the gods of this world. But you must get away from this. The black man is the God of the race. He is the creator. I don't care how you've been mistreated, still your father was a black man, and he is the one who created this earth and now taking it over. This is all. Thank you. you ever seen people like us come out with moon and stars on our head? You didn't never see that before. You didn't never dream that you could just go and accept yourself the black man, and the white man will respect you. You didn't never dream that would ever come in your lifetime, but it's here today. And I mean it's here to stay. So we've been trying to get you into the knowledge of what you own and what your God and my God made for us. That on that day, our Father made it for us. He didn't make it for no goat. No. And I said, let us take over that which is ours and leave that which belongs to the devil. Yeah. We have some very fine intellectual people in here, and we want them to say whatever they want to say about us, and we'll be like Lot. No, not like Lot. Be like the Muslim when the city of Mecca was invaded with Abraham's elephant. They never had saw a big animal like that in all their lives. So here come great big animals. So the Muslims said, well, Allah, we can't save the city. We can't whip these great animals. So we stake for our lives and leave the city to you. So you know, people confronted with such animals, they just look at the thing. They know they couldn't whip him, and they didn't want to try to take a chance on driving him out. So they give him back to Allah. I have enjoyed looking at you. So we are the finest people on earth. Easy to get along with. They're fine people. Yeah. I want again to thank you for coming out to visit our temple. Thanking you for thinking enough to come out and honor me to come in among you. I thank you. I am so honored until I go back and look in the mirror to see what you come out here to look at. You know, I was going along the street one day a few years ago, and I heard a fellow say, that goes one of those people that don't believe in God. Man, they talk about Jesus Christ like he's something like yourself. I was walking along. And so I waited then until he caught up with me again. I said, did you ever see Jesus? Look on me. That was talking about. I said, I'm trying to find out what you're talking about. So I'm going to let go with that. I see a lady over here looking at me pretty sour. And next time I come here, I'm going to ask her to go find Jesus. You know, I went out one morning, poor old sister was there trying to get, a laundry ready. And she was really happy. The Spirit was in her. She said, oh, I'm going home to my Jesus one of these days. I said, sister, they killed Jesus. Stabbed his heart, killed it. I said, would you like to die like that? For my Jesus, I will. I said, suppose, sister, I would take my knife now and start at your heart. Would you stand on there and let me kill you? I didn't say I'd stand. Oh, brother, I tell you, we have some good people. That's right. They willingly will talk about dying on a cross with Jesus, as he did, but you never see one get up there. Only time they get up there is when the white devils put them up there. Now I want to tell you, we desire for you to help us to make this place what it should be. And what we want is all the way down, way on down. Way on down. Wait a minute now, I'm not preaching like that preacher was. Told him to keep, stepping back. I'm not going to fall off. No, they told him his text was way back. And some devil speaker knew there was a hole behind him. Then further back in that. And he just kept talking about back till he stepped in that hole. The springboard went up with him. So I'm not going to keep doing that. But we want to keep going south. And we want to own quite a bit of property on the south side for you. Not for me, but for you. We want for you the south side of Chicago. This is where you live. You should own it. And if God enables me to live, you shall own it. People sitting around here now can't own where they sit or stand. Oh, yes, we can. We own it one way or the other. We must have a place on this good old earth that we can call our own. Fine-looking black people walking and riding the street and don't own it. No. We're going to own some of this earth. Like a few years ago, a brother was telling me I was in Detroit. He said, "You're talking about the earth belongs to the black people." He says, "What about the white people?" I said, "I have to see your father, Yaqub, about that." I guess I had to quit because I see a man around here, he comes around my house sometimes. He's a doctor. He tells me, he said, "I watched you. You should not have taught so long. You should have stopped within an hour." So I'm scared tomorrow he may tell me that. So I'm going to stop so that he don't have to tell me that. So my dear beloved brothers and sisters, I'm going to turn you back over in the hands of my beloved minister and secretary. And they are very nice brothers. Oh, yes, they is. They don't ask you but for a little money, but they want you to fill up all the pails. And I thank Allah, the most merciful God, to whom praises is due forever, for sparing me to come out here to just look at your smiling face if I didn't do nothing else. You're so beautiful. Don't think I'm making marks. Just come up here and look at you. Come up here and stand up here and you look back over here and there. You will see a floor covered with nothing but beautiful black people. I'm telling you. Listen. So I'm going out and imagine you all the time before me. A great, loving, beautiful people. No one is like you. So I'm going to turn you back over to the minister and secretary. They're not going to treat you bad. Just for talking. They're nice brothers. No. If you don't have nothing to give, well, just come back next Sunday. Then if you don't have nothing to give, I will tell the brother, take in all monies that you find on them. And I say, you hold the bucket. I will set it up different. Oh, yeah, I know you're rich because the earth belongs to you. Yeah? So why are you not rich? Just because that you didn't give me no money, that's why. So you give me some money, you stay rich. Oh, yes, I'm not joking, brother. No, they will stay rich. Yeah. And I will stay rich, too. Every time one go to sleep, I pick up his pants. Well, I really have enjoyed myself. I see that sister now smiling. She wants me to hurry and get out of here. So I'm going on out of here before she gets looking at me tough. Well, that just could be here and could be there. I'm not saying to you that I have a sister here really don't like me. She would not have come out if she didn't like me. Well, if she don't like me, I like her. And I want her to return next Sunday and bring me a little change. Oh, Brother, God told me himself. He said, we have the most beautiful people on earth. And if you come up here where I am, you'll say, God told the truth. They are beautiful. When we think we're ugly, we're just making a mistake. We're not ugly. We're beautiful. So at this time, brothers and sisters, again, I thank you for coming out to listen to Elijah Muhammad, who loves to be a little humor sometimes when you think you're not going to get nothing much. So he turned his meeting into humor. When he says he's going to get something, then he dig up all the science he can find. And I don't want you to forget our visitors, our great, wonderful doctors and scientists that have visited us here today. I want you to show them the greatest respect. Let them preach their sermon if they like to, and we will listen at it. We'll ring his telephone in his office tomorrow morning. Tell him, says, this you preached to us yesterday, I kind of heard a little and I didn't know it. Yeah, you know, doctors don't come around looking up well folk. They're looking up sick folk. As Jesus says, making us spiritual and our truthful, you know, answer to the Jews. He says that the sick, no, the well do not need a physician, but it's the sick. He was referring spiritually to Israel, that she was the sick. So I say, doctor, we are sick. We are really sick. When you give us a dose of medicine, leave us a little money. So may the peace and the blessings of Allah be upon each and every one of you as you go out of here this afternoon. May you find your family all happy to receive mother and father and sister and brother again as they left. As I say unto you, I solemnly. Assalamu alaikum. I know that you didn't came out here with all these beautiful clothes on just to sit and look at me. You know, my father was a preacher himself. When I was born, I used to sit up, when I got old enough, pardon me, I used to sit on the speaker stand with him. And everybody would try to hurry to get me on the speaker stand. And those days, much different from these days. My father was poor and he never could buy me a good suit of clothes. And that I would sit up there, I was about 2 or 3 years old, with a little dress on. That's right. They put us on little dresses. The boys is really going some now. I'm certainly happy to see all of you smiling faces here today. This is a really beautiful city. If you was here where I am, you would agree with me. Well, I'm not going to take that preacher's text that I told you about. But I'm going to have something similar, but I'm not going to have all of his works on the book stand. See, he had quart of whiskey up there, out of 44 line between the Bible and the quart of whiskey. And he told his people, he says, my text today is that some of these things is going to move you. So I have a Holy Quran line here in front of me, but I do say some of these things is going to move you. You may be seated. I had forgotten you were standing. You look so even, looking up across your head there. It looked like you were sitting down. But anyway, looking over your head, I see something about your head that I would like to get a hold of. As I used to hear my father preach in the South, he was a preacher of the Baptist church, and he used to preach about that fire, hell fire. He would teach it so frightening until even I myself, being his son, would be trembling sometimes, thinking, wonder will I live to get to heaven before ever that comes. Yes, thank you. And that I was lucky. I didn't have to go to heaven. Heaven came to me. We've been preaching here for the last 5 or 6 weeks on what you see on the board. We had for our subject up until today the Theology of Time. And we are still working on time. And since we have arrived here, and it's a little cooler than it was early this morning, we want to take a hold of some of this time subject. We want to take a hold to the real root of time as you really take it for yourself all the time to talk about the time is coming. This has been our subject for many years, and time is what we've been looking for. But time, what you've been looking for, is the time of judgment. So if you've been looking for the time of judgment, this is just what we are preaching on today. The time. I'm very happy to have with us today some of these people who preaches like myself. We have from Wisconsin, Reverend John Jr. Wise. Reverend John Jr. Wise. Reverend Morris Neal Wise. Then we have Mr. Richard Stotts, Teacher Wise. We have some wise in here. Oh, the brother here said these are abbreviations for Wisconsin. I know one thing, I was looking at how it's spelled, and I was getting mixed up. So I go back over. We have Reverend Morris Neal. We have Reverend John Jr. We have Mr. Richard Stotts, a teacher, all from Wisconsin. Wisconsin is a smart state. I went out there and made a temple in it years ago. We have a sister by the name of Miss Doris Wallace. She's a teacher from Wisconsin. Now, all of you wise people coming from Wisconsin here to hear us today, I may have you to say something after you see whether that I'm leading off for myself or not. I'm going to always try and protect myself. So I'm happy that you're visiting us this afternoon, and we pray, Allah, that you will be happy to continue. I'm not saying really a rabbit, but I don't like for people to throw bricks at me. I got to look around. So to have these professional class people with us this afternoon, we hope that they will leave feeling like that we are their brothers and not their enemies. We're not here to teach against each other. We are here to teach the togetherness of us and not to teach against each other. Whatever you know, whatever you believe in, that's you. Whatever I know, whatever I believe in, that's me. If we like one or the other belief, we will let each other know. But first I would like to say to you, beautiful sitting here before my eyes, as something that we don't have very often. In the world today we find their congregation very small in places. They are breaking up and they are running here and there seeking something more than what they have had. I see here before me an estimate somewhat little over 1,000 people. I estimate them to be there. You come up here, maybe you and I will get together on that. I think you look like you will number into 1,000, a little over. In fact about it, this is a small group to when I go out in the public to take the numbers up to 10,000 and more. This don't make me feel like that I'm bigger than you. No. It makes me feel that we are getting together. Not that I'm bigger than you. We're all the same. We must remember, as the Holy One teaches us, we just cannot be so proud that we can reach the height of a mountain or hill. Since we cannot even reach the height of trees and hills and mountains, why should we be so proud when these things is higher than we are? So if we cannot reach the height of mountains, hills, and even some of our animals is walking around by us much taller than we are, so why should we feel proud? I think that we should relax, take a seat and sit down and look and see around us what all is really higher than we are. We cannot step through the earth, not by no means. Earth is approximately 8,000 miles in diameter through it. Now our legs don't measure that. I'm only wanting to ask you not to be proud. We can't reach the top of the mountain, and we can't step through the earth. So why shouldn't we be on the level on the earth? Right. This is what has ruined the black man in North America. He's taking step after his slave master. Want to be proud and big boy. You cannot be big boy even with him. He have the world and you have nothing. Well, I just want to talk with you a little too hot for anything else. We just want to talk with each other. We have with us men of all types, and these men want to know whether or not that we have something above what they have or something equal that we can listen to each other on. We don't believe in criticism because we all came from slave parents, and that if we want to criticize each other, we have to go back and get a hold to the devil slave master and see how many of us did he raise higher than the others. I love common language. I love to be equal with you. I don't like raising myself up above you just because I believe I know more than you. No, we don't do that. I may have insulted you when I said that. But a man taught by God lived with God for 3 years and a half. And he taught him his wisdom. I know you didn't hear all of this. I know you did not see all of this. That was taking place 40 years ago that I'm teaching you about today. But I want to let you know I am not proud over you in the way that we say the enemy proudness comes to us. I'm not that kind of man. I'm a little old man that just loves to talk with you, love to see you in a better condition than you are in, love to make acquainted my God and your God to you. This the kind of little fellow you see standing here. We don't like showing off, by no means. If I have to hurt your feelings, I will try and rub to slow down somewhere in what I say. But if I hurt your feelings, I'm hurting it for the better. Sometimes the doctor has to hurt before he can heal. So this may come to us, and I will talk a discussion. Since we have preachers here, who do we say sent preachers out to preach? According to the reading of the book, God didn't never send an army of preachers out. The English language uses the word preach. This is all right for us, we understand. We don't intend to make fun. But preachers of the right sort sent to people to teach them of something that is about to come to pass. They are sent from God, and He never have sent a whole group of them. He made the responsibility to light on one man. He sent Jonah to Nineveh, according to the history of Jonah in the Bible, to call upon the Ninevites, to warn them that yet 40 days and 40 nights Nineveh will be overthrown. Why do he specify the 40 days and 40 nights? We want to find out why did he give him that length of time. Because 40 days is used, 40 nights is used in the end of the world. And to compare his preaching with the end of the world, man's sermon there, okay, then it is right. He should have that number to give us a picture of what the end of the world figure will look like. Jesus fasted 40 days, he said, in the wilderness. What wilderness did Jesus fast in? We must clean up as we go. This is the way scholars and sanctions get together after you. Everything you said, they chase you on. I've been chased by sanctions, scholars, still is chased. Not much now. And because they see me and they know me. But I just want to teach you science. I'm just grieved over that. I want to teach you the science that you should know. I want you to learn about the presence of God and the presence of His messenger. I want you to learn them. Then you can battle if you want. There is no messenger of God comes in to bully the people that he sent to teach. He let them do that. But he's not to mock and bully them. No. We have thousands of preachers of Christianity in the country of America. You can't find in the Bible where God ever sent 1,000 people. The preacher may have to go there and get 1,000, but he never sends 1,000 to the people. So I'm not making fun, but I'm only wanting you to understand. If there had been sent with me 1,000 more Elijah Muhammads, you would have seen me bowing out of that people. Because I didn't think God was so weak that he would have to send in 1,000. No fun, just want to tell you the truth. Give to you the theologist's side of the truth. This is what I'm here for. I know where we came from. We came from an enemy. Think over in the time of slavery. The enemy made his own preachers. And they had better preach what he tells them to preach. He still likes that. Remember, Reverend, I'm not after you. I'm just only trying to teach you the theology of time. at the present time, you'll see he will back up any reverend if that reverend continue to believe what he tell him to teach. He will give him money to teach his Christianity. I say, Reverend, let us look at Christianity when it began. Did not God created, the Bible says, Adam? And then if God did not give Adam the true religion, what does he look like then saying to you and I? That here it is now, since Adam died, I raised up Jesus. Brothers, we have to remember, if Jesus has brought to us the true religion, and yet Adam didn't have it, what are we going to say to Jesus? If Muhammad in the 7th century after Jesus brought out another religion which is sweeping the earth, have more followers than Jesus, then what shall we say? And if God needed a prophet in the day and time of Jesus to tell the world that they didn't have the right religion, and here he is to give to you the right religion. What did he say? Did he say he came to give the right religion or to preach the old religion of Moses, Abraham? He said, I came not to destroy the law of the prophets, but to fulfill. But where I got my promise from God, the God that was to come and is come. I don't say that you believe in a man being a God. Maybe you don't. I'm not going to argue with you. If you don't believe man is God, I don't want to argue with you. Just show me that which you believe in. So is there any one of you visiting preachers or teachers that is visiting us here this afternoon? I want you to know that our temple, you're welcome to say whatever you want. I know you're not going to say anything ugly, but I'm just saying, I take you to be intelligent people. Whatever you would like to come out here to say, I'll get up here on this stand. You're welcome to come up here. Help yourself. Any one of you would like to have something to say that is visiting us and that is already with us. Anyone that have anything to say against or for what I'm teaching our people, let it stand. Or you may stand where you are, but I'm not the best of here. That's why, yes, sir. Come up here, brother. Yes, sir. Have a stand. Wa alaikum salam, brother.
I'd like to say something for the teachers of Islam and yourself. That I can pray the things Almighty God bless us to have you here to teach us the truth that we have never known. And I pray, Allah, that I will forever follow you and that I will be able to come out whenever you are out to teach us to hear this wonderful truth, that I may take it back and spread it to the people that are in the areas where I live at, of you and the wonderful work you're doing to bring us to the knowledge of ourselves, our God, and his great teacher, you, dear Holy Apostle. We love you. I love you with all my heart, and I pray Allah to bless me to continue this way. Thank you, dear Apostle.
Is there another one? Is there another one? Yes, sir, brother. Come right on up. You can come up here.
Sir, I'm from 26B. I'm from 26B in Oakland. My name is Brother Kenneth Williams. And my question, because I've only taken my letter out a couple of months ago, is about some reading that I've been doing. And you mentioned that the 10,000 angels were here in this country, and I wanted to ask, would they be from among the dead?
We can't hear him up here.
I wanted to ask if the angels, the 10,000 angels that are in this country to help you, are from among the dead, the so-called Negro.
Oh, yes, brother. Yes, they are here. They are not to be pointed out to people who will point them out. Like in the day of Sodom and Gomorrah's destruction, there was the angel there with Lot that was going to do the job. But they couldn't tell the people before the day that they was going to do it. That the people would have tried to kill them before. The same way it is today. You can't point out the destroyers of the world to no one. You're pointing them out to the enemy to take attack on him at once, because they're human beings like you and I, and we can be killed.
Yes, sir.
And if we have power to keep you from killing us, well then, we may bring about the total thing before time that the others get right and get ready to go out. See, these things is used by wise people and not by people just would like to tempt God and tempt his messengers. You're not to tempt God, nor to tempt his messenger for just yourself. You've got millions of people in America, and they may all not be ready, and God wants to save us all. Not to do something just to please someone who would like to tempt God. You can't tempt God, brother. This is dangerous to try. And to satisfy one person and his desire, you can't do that. We have millions here to please, or rather to try to save. And we hope that they'll be pleased with our Savior.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Is there another one? Oh, Sister, this is the rector of our school throughout America.
Assalamu alaikum, dear sir. Is the microphone on? Assalamu alaikum, sir. I would like to say on behalf of...
Wa alaikum salam, sister.
I would like to say on behalf of the staff members and the students at Muhammad Universities of Islam, we thank Allah for you for allowing us to teach Muhammad's children the truth of self, the truth of the living God, and the truth of the devil. I too would like to bear witness and say that I knew nothing before you took me in your hands. I, with all of my degrees and everything behind me, it was nothing but that to perpetuate the devil's civilization. I thank you, sir, for teaching me the right way and enabling me to help you throughout the United States. Thank you, sir. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. This is our director of our school throughout North America. She's head of our school. What colleges and what college and university did you graduate from, sister? This is what you should have told them when you began. Go there and tell them where you was graduated.
I got my Bachelor of Education degree. I received my Bachelor of Science in Education from Chicago State University. I received my Master's degree from Chicago State University. I have had graduate courses in engineering design from the University of California, the University of Wisconsin. I have an Associate of Science degree in electrical engineering, an Associate of Science degree in arts with photography as a major, and, well, a few others I can't think of at this moment, sir.
Thank you. Why I asked her to come and tell her schooling to you and me is due to the fact that we hear lots of people criticizing us out there in the street that the school of Islam, you can't learn nothing there when the head of it is no graduate of no school, and that they do that to keep you from coming in. I want you to remember that there is not a prophet in the Bible nor Holy Quran was a graduate from the people that he was one. Not one. If you can find me a prophet in the Bible was a graduated man from some university of the land, I will pay you $10,000 for line. The Bible said Moses was highly educated. He was brought up in the house of Pharaoh. That Moses we don't find in the Bible. where he was educated under Pharaoh's school, Indian school, with a degree. And we find this man, Moses, whom they say was well educated, out, away from Pharaoh. When Allah called him to go to Pharaoh, he was not in Egypt. He was out of Egypt, where he was called. Now, we, I think, talk a little too much on that which we know little about. Moses was educated all right enough, but Moses did not boast of his education to Pharaoh. If he had, he would have been talking to Pharaoh in his own language. But he didn't do that. The argument that they had between each other about his non-expert language, Pharaoh didn't argue with him that he had taught him an education, but he condemned Moses for not having an education capable to talk with him. So we want to be right in these things. Some of these places where you find where Pharaoh and Moses is exchanging arguments is due to this time and not in that time. So I won't go too far with it because we don't have much more time. And I don't want you to go back with your money weighing out your pocket, because here is a rest place for you. So, if there is someone else would like to have a word to say before he gets. In the name of Allah, the most merciful to all, praise is due. The Lord of the world, the most merciful. My dear beloved brothers and sisters, I am very happy to meet you with your beautiful smiling faces. Makes me smile when I don't smile very often. You know why? I don't see you smiling towards Islam very often. When I see you smiling towards Islam very often, then you'll find me laughing all the time. You know, in the South, once there was a judge, and every time he would be late, he would pay $1 for every minute that he was late. Of course, you know he didn't pay that $1 fast. And so I am late this evening according to you and your count. But I'm not late. As long as you see my followers here, I'm not late. We have been teaching here with you for the last 6 or 7 or 8 weeks on the subject, the theology of time, the secret of time. Let us take it like that. You may be seated. Go ahead. No, right. We have a very much work there to do this afternoon, pardon me. And the secretary here, I would like for him to tell us, or rather announce to us, which is the same, who we have here of the people from upstairs. And pardon me, we have little languages around here sometimes that maybe you don't understand. But we're going to make you to understand. It is very good language for you. Brother Secretary wants to announce to me who is here of the intelligent class of people of this world. And we are the intelligent class of people of the other world to come. First, I want to say I'm thankful to Allah for the presence of my ministers back here. They don't carry guns, visible guns. They have hidden guns in their hearts. Once they shoot, they solid all of the little guns. So let us hear from our Secretary, Rasul.
Assalamu alaikum. In the name of Allah, who came to worship Master Farad Muhammad, and in the name of his true servant and last apostle, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Assalamu alaikum. Brothers and sisters, we are honored to have with us today Muriel S. Landa, an attorney at law from New York City. Would you stand, please? Muriel S. Landa. Please open this hand over here. Brothers and sisters, we have such a long list. What I will do is I will read the names of all of those who are present, and then we would like you to hold your applause until after the list has been completed, please. Douglas Moore, radio announcer from WGBR-FM in Detroit, Michigan. John Proctor, president of Racine Electric Company in Chicago, Illinois. Mr. Ernest Bush, president of Bush Construction Company, Chicago, Illinois. Mr. Leroy Gill, president of Impact Plumbing and Heating in Chicago. Thomas Bullock from the Drug Council Project Rehab in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Charles Berkeley of Imports from Safari Distribution in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Roselle Newbill Sr., a hair products manufacturer from San Francisco, Branson Turnstile, Funeral Director, Morris Funeral Home, Detroit, Michigan. Dr. Charles Williams, his wife, Mrs. Williams, and his mother. Mr. Bradfield, an owner of Bradfield's Fish Markets in Detroit. Mr. James Hillman from Morris Motor City Barbershops. O'Neill B. Swanson, Director of Swanson Funeral Homes in Detroit. James Cole, Director of James Cole Funeral Homes in Detroit. Mr. Clarence Jackson from CJ Variety Stores in Detroit. Mr. C. May, Linwood Glass Company, Detroit. Eunice Polk, Master Plumber from Polk's Plumbing and Heating in Detroit. Mr. Oliver Swift, clerk for Judge Davenport in Detroit. Mr. Frank Ditto from Frank Ditto Productions, Channel 7, Black Talk, WXYZ TV in Detroit. Mr. Harry Simpson, a broker from Cross Realty in Detroit. Mr. James Oden, Linwood Industrial Company, Detroit. C.W. Morris, a funeral director from Detroit. Mr. Eugene Ramsey from Moore and Ramsey Electric Sewer Cleaning from Detroit. James Harris, a funeral director. Larry Tunstall, a funeral director. Earl Smith, electrical engineer. Richard Burgess, an engine inspector from Pontiac Motors Division in Pontiac. Mrs. Maxine Young, a retired state representative from the 23rd District in Detroit. Mrs. Mattie Barrow, the secretary for Joe Lewis. Abdallah Lahab, a research technician from Detroit. Miss Shirley Huff, secretary for Ford Motor Company in Detroit. Mrs. Mattie Arnold, bookkeeper. Mrs. Rosa Titus, owner of Marathon gas stations in Detroit. Naomi Lanier, a school teacher from the elementary schools in Detroit. Cynthia Nicholson, a licensed practical nurse. Mrs. Melvina Cochran, a registered nurse. And Linda Morgan Jones, a personnel worker and a public speaker from Detroit. We also have a brother Alfred Jones, a PhD and instructor at Michigan State University in Lansing. Mr. Bill Murray, Director of Chicago Missions for the Area People in Chicago. Mr. John Crawford, Vice President of Gardens Insurance Agency. Dr. Roger Berkeley, a dentist from Detroit. Mr. John L. Ford, a banker from Detroit. Mr. Harold Childs, an organizer for the Board of Education from Chicago. And Mr. Robert Hamick, a co-producer for WXYZ TV in Detroit, Michigan. Thank you very much. God bless.
We want to thank you, whom the Secretary have called off, for visiting us here this afternoon. We hope that you will enjoy yourself, and that we're going to do all we possibly can to get over to you all that we can, so that when you leave here, you will have some knowledge of us and our presence in the world. In fact about it, this is what we are here for, to get over to you and acquainted with you of that which God has sent to you through me. We want to get acquainted so fast until we are nervous. Our acquaintance means much. For a long time, 40 years, I have been among you, sounding this kind of a trumpet. So there was an end to Noah sounding his trumpet in his day and time. There was an end to Abraham and Lot sounding their trumpet in Sodom and Gomorrah, people at their time. And it also came an end to Moses and Aaron, sounding that trumpet to Pharaoh and his people. These kind of trumpets is the mouth of men and the words proceeding from their mouth. These are the first trumpets that sound, called an easy sound, because they're coming from man's mouth. The other trumpet is not heard directly from the mouth. It passes through some mechanical instrument. That's the kind of trumpet I'm warning you to be aware of. They are lifting it up now. Don't forget that you are in the time that has been kept hidden from you by the enemy of the time. Why they keep this time a secret from you? Because they don't want you to know the end of their time. They know that you will be happy to meet your God and serve Him, because they are not the God that love you and want to serve you with freedom, justice, and equality. So therefore, they keep it hid. But Allah have raised me up from among you to open my mouth and tell you these things without fear. The Bible, a book of books, and it has the warnings in it. If understood, you also would know the time. It's given there in the Bible, but the enemy, knowing that it is referring to him in his time, that he made it translated in such way that you would never know. You would be just like the people of Noah and Lot and Pharaoh. That is why that he had to take one of the dead and give him life first, so that he can go round to the door of the other sleeping dead and ring on it and tell him to come on. In this knocking on the door, to arouse the mental sleeper, that he may wake up, join on to his own kind that is already waking. It is due to the fact that an enemy is shaking them to sleep as fast as the waker tries to rouse them. The enemy, the blue-eyed Caucasian race, have had the right to keep us asleep for 6,000 years. Now he admits to me that he knows that this time is meant for us to rise. But he said to me in Washington, 1942, he said, Elijah, we know this was coming for a long time. But if you had started preaching it 20 years ago, you'd have been shut out right. Think over that. Me, little old boy, standing before Washington and getting such answers against you and to verify the Bible teaching and Holy Quran that they kill all the prophets. A prophet of righteousness, a prophet of justice, had no place among the white race before today. They have tried to kill me, as you know, for many times. Many of you know this. They're still trying to do so. Through you. He's afraid himself, but he thinks you are foolish. And that if he tells you, go down there and kill life, you probably will make an attempt. You're just that silly. You never loved yourself, and therefore you could not expect to be loving me to not try an attempt to take my life because the devil told you so. But here is a boy standing on this platform that you nor he can put that small time stuff over. We don't set you at the door thinking that your gun will go off and kill me. We just want to let you know the saints of the time that the weapons of the devil will not be you. No more using the devil's weapon to kill the righteous of God. No. This is your last, brother. Your last way out of this place. I'm not here to show off. I'm here to show you something, not to show off. The secret of the time been kept from the black man of America so long that he himself don't believe in time. We, the first to rise from among the sleeping dead, to instruct you, teach you the knowledge of the day and time you're living in. This is your day and my day. The white man don't have nothing in this day but death. We can be proud if we want to, just because we may have a few dollars that is dying all the way around the curve. Everywhere you find a curve, and it's all curve, it's dying. A natural death. The stock market tells you hourly almost what your money's done. It's dying. I begged you last year before last, to loan me your money. Pay you 10 cents on the dollar. But you think your great God, the devil, have plenty of money. And I will give it to him and let him pay me interest on it. Pretty soon, he won't be getting any himself. Nor you. But there will come a time. I want you to remember I'm not dumb of that. He will come out, making you to believe that he has a great future. God will fool him like that. gets you. Like he did all the other great, strong people that he destroyed, he gave them a little break before their actual death. Made them to think that they were going to live a long time. But after that little deceiving break of joy and happiness in their way of life, death came to them right in the midst of it. While they prayed, while they married, while they were hating the messenger that was among them, all of a sudden the call came. We have it written in the book that as it was in the day of Noah, so shall it be in the day of the Son of Man. Who is the Son of Man, Mr. Muhammad? We're all sons of men, brother. But this Son of Man is different from all of the other sons. The God that I call your attention to today is a son of a man. You used to hear this from the Christian's pulpit, and you had many imaginations about that Son of Man. What that actually means, that God, who has the power to bring in the judgment over the made man, he also is a made man and is a son of the real man. I know I'm not going to get... If I was in the church, they'd throw me out because they don't understand. The Son of Man to usher in the judge man, is a made man too. The original man went and made him out of the made man and out of the real original man. For what? He wanted to get part of each so that he could come and get you and me and divide us from the made man, put us right where we belong in the original man who actually was not made but self-created. We are from a self-created God, not a made God. I hope you understand. You are a great people. A great people. Just think over, you are not a made person, but a created person. We can make something from that which is created. We can make all we want from it. But now let us create something. You can't do that. This temple here is from the material that was created in the earth when the earth was created. So the material is old and old and old because it's made out of the material that was created. The devil have not created nothing. If there be one of you, before you leave here, can prove to me that the devil have created something, I will give you $10,000 out of my brother's best pocket for lying. The white man have not created nothing. Everything he wanted to build his world with, he found it here that our Father had created. Who is your father? Mr. Muhammad, that is not the father of the white man. My father is not a made father. My father is a created father. After his self-creation, he began creating others. He is able to produce out of nothing something. I want to say to you the theology of time, the time that we are living in, the secret of the time was made so that you would not be able to know exactly when the time man is going off. For he will have you so full of fire against him, if you knew, you probably would take him off forever. The time expires. Who would not be angry with a person that was not satisfied in taking away our valuable labor, but took away from us the knowledge of God? That is the worst robbery you can do, to go and deprive a man of the knowledge of himself. You can't be robbed any worse. I'm not so powerfully late. We have been teaching on many things. We have also, and is today, teaching you how to eat and what to eat. How to eat to live. Why? Because it takes eating to live. You can't live without eating. But you must know what to eat and when to eat. Oh, Doctor, I'm not after you. I know you still want to make a few more nickels. But let us all move around to a more healthy corner. All of our food been prepared by Satan is for death of us. How to eat to live. Number one, we must learn the right kind of food to eat. Second, we must know what time to partake of that food. And then, after we correct these errors that we have been making in food, we will start living. God cannot prolong our lives unless we obey Him in what to put in our mouth. Because what we put in our mouth keeps us here, and the same takes us away. You say, well, Mr. Muhammad, you get sick. Yes, I get sick. Maybe sick now. But it's not because of Muhammad ignorancy that he's sick. No, he's well aware of his cause. How can I fulfill the Scripture if I don't suffer like you? Today must learn the mistake that our fathers made for following this devil of of Africa to come to the West. But it was for a good purpose. We learned something for following an enemy to his kingdom. An enemy was made to rule for a limited time. Not forever, but for a limited time. That God wanted us to get a thorough knowledge of the enemy and then make us the most wisest and the best people to use to build the kingdom of heaven, as they call it, on earth. Of the prodigal son. He had went off and went astray in a far-off country in the enemies of himself and his people. The poor man, he had no friends among them. And the Bible says that no one give unto him. But after God went out at the time when he knew that he would be seeking a friend, met him and escorted him back home to his family of kin people. He knew that this man was without the knowledge of self and the knowledge of the people that he had been serving and the knowledge of his people back home. He had lost knowledge of all. But God foreknew this. So he came out and met his son. Just the time that his son had decided in his heart that he will go home, he went out and met him. Beautiful fellow. At last there arose a famine in that land. To make that prodigal son come to himself, a famine rose there. The famine became so that it taken the bread away from the prodigal son and all the money that he had. He became in want. Yeah, we like to talk on this to show you where you are. He became in want, and the want tore upon him so hard that he began to think over his own home, looking around himself, seeing hogs eating, getting fat off on corn, and he's getting lean off of nothing. He began to think over his father, wondering could he return to him after being such devil of a boy. He says, in my father's house, think over those words, he have bread to spare. Here, this enemy of mine don't have bread for himself nor me. I will arise. Began to fix up his story, what he would tell his father. He says, and say unto him, I'm not worthy. He began to think over the things he went through with, taking an enemy for my friend, and now he himself have nothing. I don't have no job. I can't get a decent job. He want to give me a job feeding hogs. I'm not supposed to be around hogs, and my father and his family's a Muslim. an ideal. I got to get around a forbidden element that I should not touch. But yes, that is only. I got to get out of here. Father, I don't want you to recognize me as a son of yours. You are too great for that. I will insult the whole house, for I have lived among strangers. Where have you been? I've been astray. What did you find there? Family. They don't have nothing to eat, Father. But you have great to spare. And I'm here as I asked the stranger for a job. I didn't ask to be a guest of his. I just asked him to let me have a job. And he soon had no job for me. America soon will not be able to give you a job. You are the non-American. You are not the white man kin, nor are you his friend. Regardless to how you claim that you are his friend and will do good by him, you can't do it by nature. You both are different people altogether. He can't be your friend, nor can you be his friend. By nature, you're different. As the Holy One says in the 30s, that you are created by the nature, that nature which calls you to righteousness. And the devil is created by nature which calls him to oppose you. And he's doing it. And you want to have your parties, your conferences, to get together to see can't we find some kind of way of telling a white man that he's mistreating me. He knows that. He was made to treat you right. And he will tell you that. As he listens to me every minute of the hour. He has his mechanical instrument set up on me all the time. He hears every word I'm saying now. But he cannot condemn the words that I'm saying through this mic, that they are other than the truth. You will never see him out trying to face me to condemn what I say. Never. You can go tell him, come on down here, Elijah talking about you. He said, I don't want to see Elijah. No, he don't want to come down here to try to tangle with me in the truth. It's just like the Bible teaches you. They will shut their mouth at him. This is the hymn the book is talking about. They will hear me raging at them. Sometimes they'll ask some of my boys that stay around near his house. He said, was he mad with us? If I am angry with you, what do you want to do about it? Now remember that I'm the only man in America of your kind can talk like this, and don't you get out there to try to do what I'm doing. You can talk like me if you go strictly according to what I teach you. But don't go out like Peter. Just because he saw Jesus walking on the water, he thought he could do it himself. He had got so powerful, now he can jump out and from his own self walk the water. And the foolish man started sinking. Then he got frightened to death, calling on Jesus to help him. The water represents people. You notice that brave Peter was scared of the judge who was trying to judge the Jesus in the court, and he refused to bear witness that he was one of his disciples because he was afraid of the consequence of the judge. But Jesus, knowing that he would do so he went to work to just glance at him to let him know, remember what I told you? So Peter's heart failed him. I don't want your heart to fail you, because I want you to know the enemy that is trying to judge people whom he have no rights to judge. Who is he that judges another man's servant? You're not supposed to take the righteous, you wicked devil, you, and set yourself up as the judge of them. No. We are no more here. We belong to another judge, another God. As Jesus told his enemy when he was threatening to death, he told him that he could not judge him. So if I am wrong, let me go before my own judge and not you. You are not the one to judge me. So here he stands. This is he. The theology of time. Let me stop walling over this stand. Make you think that I'm a very sloppy fellow. They call that ignorance of not recognizing his stand that he's preaching from as a sloppy fellow. No, I'm not. But I'm taking my time because I have been coming out here preaching to you on this subject for a long time. And I mean to bring it close to the end. Really, the end is the execution. Yes, sir. I used to preach in Detroit and many other cities. You'll never see me take a drink of water. But now, since my voice is getting a little kind of old, and it's got to have a little rest every now and then, I take a drink of water every now and then. I have a very good grandson. That's my grandson that you see pouring water in me. He can't pour the word in me, he pour the water in me. The time. What time? The time of a race of people that was made on time to serve time. Or certain limits of time. What is time? We have time as a motion. And we calculate from motion to motion. From movable to movable things. The Caucasian race, the white man, was made by one of our gods who looked into the giant of the man, the original man. And he found in the original man in his laboratory that the black man's germ had two men in it, or two people. And he learned from that knowledge how to separate the two germs. Our brown germ associated with our black germ, that brown germ could be separated from the black. This is what he learned. And he could deprive one of his life and make that he say rule that which he deprived of life. That's what happened 6,000 years ago, where you find it written in the Bible, let us make man. And in the Holy One, we made man. Let us make man. Who was the us? The us was black people. That was the us. Let us make man and give him dominion over all life. And then at the end of 6,000 years, remove him with death and set the original man back as ruler. Well, now, Mr. Muhammad, come on, we have something we could ask you. Yeah, I'm producing an argument. Yeah. Also, I'm producing the material to refute the argument. What that fellow said in the book, he said this, Mr. Muhammad. He said that in the volumes of the book, he comes. You can't single out a single book for him. If he comes in the volume of the book, why? He answers himself, because they are written of me. Then he challenges the reader. He said, you read the scripture, and in them you think you have life. Rather, you think that there's your salvation. But they only speak of me. I don't want you to think that I'm boasting, but look what is written. He said, this one is his firstborn. Firstborn from what? There's plenty men on this earth, mister. Who are you to say you are firstborn? He's my first spiritual born from the spiritual dead. I don't want to get ratchet at you, because you don't have the argument to come back to challenge me. But I want you to get away from that Bible whom Satan poisoned by the touch of his hand, taking out truth, adding in lies. Well, he took the truth and made it understandable for you by putting truth into various types of forms, making forms for you to understand. And in so doing, he helps you understand using symbols. And you never was able to read the symbols and understand the truth of it. So God loves you so well, He's taken one of you off a side. Open the books the Son reads. I will analyze it. For 3 years and 3 nights and a half, I would just sit beside His side. 3 years and a half. Teaching me night and day that which has been hidden from us for 6,000 years, and that which was so poisoned that it just absolutely put us to sleep for the last 400 years. But I thank Allah that I has been sent by Him, and He's backing me up to bring the enemy to his well-fought doom hell. You're looking for God to come. What God? You don't know. You was taught to know. You're taught. Where is He? And you look up in the sky. Where is He? Up there. And He can't single out He up there. Do the Bible teach you and me to wait for He to come from out of the sky? He said, the Son of Man. Man is on earth. And His Son. You can't look in the sky for God and His Son to come jumping out of the sky. That's what the devil's up there looking for now. And he will never find it. The parable is given. In the parable of the water that was gushing up out of the earth at the heel of Ishmael, while his mother running all over the hill looking for water. There was an ever-flowing spring at the heel of her son. Yes, I feel like going ahead. I don't feel like staying behind at no junction. I would like to make you acquainted with the Almighty God so that you will know Him as I know Him, and whom He has risen in your midst out of nothing to bring you into something. Well, I reckon it's a good thing for me to be held down as the Holy Quran teaches you. That's suppose Allah shut the messenger's mouth that he don't warn me. Well, that's right, because He know I'm so over anxious to tell you what He has told me. And if He didn't shut my mouth every now and then, I certainly would keep it open. Speaking to you, who numbers here around about 2,000 people, I want to tell you what God has told me. The secret is for me to tell. After God tells me in my ear, I jump up on the house top and tell it to you. He told me, he said, brother, when I tell you, you can get up on top of the house and yell out your wisdom. But I'm so anxious to tell you. He has to pull my coat. The time, the book says, that time, he says, tell them that time is up, and time shall be no more given to the time of the expirer. He will have no more time. Though God give him extra time, but nevertheless, time that was set for the white race is up. They're constantly telling you about their disagreements that they are having with each nation. I'm not going into the politics of the nation because I have declared to him I would take nothing to do with his politics, and I was not raised for no political man and to do that kind of service. If I even know it, not going to take no part in it as long as he has lived. He got a corrupted political world. Let us stand and look at his God. Then when we build one, it will be one to live forever. Let him die the natural death of an enemy. As you may hear daily like I do, that's our people, instead of the white people. We must do this and we must have that. We must choose this man, and we want this and that. He's wasting time. Get up. Get out and do something for self. Stop wasting time sitting around. Stop knocking it up and down the street, begging white people to give the old once slave something with him. As you know, these preachers, begging preachers, they don't beg for a chance to go for self. They beg for a chance to live with the enemy. He wants to go right back into the slave house, sit down beside his slave master, tell his slave master, recognize me as one of you. You would think he would want to get as far from his slave master, that is the east and the west. He see his slave master killing his black brother all up and down the street, all up and down the highway. And he's still begging, let me live with you. Accept me like you would accept yourself. All the history of slavery he reads, he should be begging the white man, loan me one of them cannons you have. It is awful to see a people treated like us by another people, then go back to that same people, begging them to make us their friends and their brothers. I get so vexed when I hear our people begging for a place with the devil that I can hardly sleep anymore that night. That's the truth. begging, has hit him enough to take his own life. I don't want to live. I want to die with you. That's what he's telling him. I don't want no Elijah's teaching. I want to be your friend, not Elijah's friend, hating white folks. Poor, foolish man. I don't want to go with him. I'm not going nowhere with no God from you, Mr. White Man. Oh, my brother, if you only could see what I'm looking at, you will wish that you had not been born on the same earth that they're born on. Oh, my beautiful sister, running around, laughing in his face. Every time he look at you, you want to show him, yes, sir, I love you. Why do you love the white man? Because he's unalike. This is why. You're not looking at the principle of the nature that he's made of and in. All you are looking at is the surface of unalikeness. And you are ready to cast your little black baby into fire to go along with him later in fire. It's awful. But this is the great day of separation. Time. We heard of this kind of time coming ever since we were born, right? Time. Time what? Time for the great separation of black and white. The Bible teaches you there will come a great separation. And that the sheep and the goats will be divided. The goats to the right. Why to the right? Because in the creation they were created right. And they should stand to my right, representing the members of the creation as being right. You don't want to stand there. To my left, stand a goat. Why do I call him a goat? Because the mischief-making goat, this man is lacking. A goat will go out, climb the clothesline, eat up your clothes. He will walk on your nice, clean rug, and they turn around and chew it up. God gave him the right name when that he said he was like a goat. Poor little sheep stands over here, making no trouble with no one. Oh, brother, something to think of. And I saw a lamb. Not a kid, goat, but I saw a lamb. Think over how that he starved, the race is up. Out of the lamb's mouth proceeded great words that the enemy couldn't stand in the voice. Then all the people rose up, blind, deaf, and dumb, to the understanding of the symbolic lamb. They called it Jesus back there 2,000 years ago. Whole thing. They had not studied the nature of the lamb.
of why a person is called a sheep. How could Jesus be called a sheep? How could he be called a lamb? He was not the first of his people for you to call him a lamb newly born. The world would have been changed in his day and time. Why he's called a lamb? Oh, they're further in the Revelation because he's the first that is born to bring about a new civilization. And he's the first of that new civilization. Yes, Brother Stein. Now, if we say that time is come, all of our lives we have been blowing off our mouths, oh, the time will come, when the time comes, and when the time comes, this and that. Now I want to talk with you, and is talking with you. How much knowledge do you know of the time? Why do they go and prefer the judgment as the time? They're talking about the judgment of the devil Caucasian. Why is there referring to it that the time will end? They mean judgment. They understand that. If the white man was made and that the God liked the man and he give the man dominion over all things that was created by him. Okay, then why did he make this man for destruction, knowing when he made him that he intended to destroy him? Why did he make devil? He made the devil, brother, to show you and me how much wisdom was locked up in the black man that had never been made clear to the black man, the wisdom that was in him. So, if God made a man to kill, why? He made this man and shaped him in form like he made himself. And the same form did he make his man. That's why he said, you made like unto his God. I guess you would like that I first. But since mankind, not the man, but mankind, must be destroyed, because mankind affects the man. Therefore, we must remove from man that which affects man. So it is the mankind that is affected, the original man. Read the devil, blue-eyed Caucasian's history. From start to finish, he has been an enemy to black men all the while. He poisons everything that comes to us. He lays his hand to it to poison. Now you're getting books to read how that he has destroyed and continues to seek to destroy you. You have lots of books teaching you today, he's putting them out himself. How that he is poisoning the black man in his food and in his water and his medicine. He's poisoning it. He don't want especially to leave his black slave here whom he taught from the cradle. Now, for God to take that same man which is written that he has taught, he will teach him the wisdom how to rid the earth of him. You must remember, bear in mind at all times, that Jehovah did not drown Pharaoh. He made Moses to do the job. And run on over here to the last of the book. He did not sound the trumpet himself, but he made an angel. Told the angel where to go and how to stand. You must remember how to understand the theology of God teaching. You must understand. I teach it to you how to eat to live. Now, after you eat, I can tell you about how long you will live if you eat like that. But I can't tell you if you're going to, after eating your good meal, go then and spoil it with the poison meal. God cannot lengthen our lives unless He takes control over what we eat. Because what we eat keeps us here, and what we eat takes us away. You eat the right food, and at the right time. You say, well, Mr. Muhammad, is you doing all of that? No. I have to live a period among you like yourself. Then after living the same life that you're living, and then God bring me out of that life that you're living, then still give me life to live the life that He wants me to live. He picked up Job and he turned him over to the devil. Told the devil, there you are. All you want, but save his life. I didn't give you his life, but I give his life for you to do as you please with it. But yet after you do it as you please, he'll be back to me. You speak probably as Job's friend. You must have done something, Elijah, that God afflict you like that. Yeah, I did something. I did the same thing you did. That's why you afflicted. But don't think I don't know how to be wise and healthy. I already have that along with me. But I want to show you that I can live your life for a certain time and then come out of it. As you know, the next or the past 6 or 7 weeks, I was up here. Yes, brother. That's right, brother. But today you hear me speaking. As the Bible says, giving out the secret of the mule and Baal. Baal told him, when he asked him, why did you beat me these 3 times? He said, the Baal says, because you mocked me. He never said why and what was the mockery. That the donkey was mocking him with. He never did say that the mockery was due to the nature in which he was made. And the donkey had learned that by the nature in which his master was made in, that he shouldn't be carrying him on his back. So he looked around, he stopped, and he said, get down, man. And what he said, it was meaning, get off of my back. You are not such that should ride me. I should be riding you. You must, from this day on, remember that you have been the donkey for the white man. Remember that. Yes, I feel pretty well. Eating the hog. Doctors won't tell you to stop eating the hog because they want the job. But not that they don't know that the hog is a poison animal, which should not be touched by man's flesh. Well, when a man wants a job, you can't fault him for you trying to find him one. But I say to you, tell your doctor, don't eat hog. He'll be a doctor for you a long time. Those little poke worms that you call that weave through our flesh. And they keep weaving till they get into the spinal cord. And they keep weaving, building up a family into millions everywhere you go. They are not the kind of worm that will prolong your life. It will shorten your life. Don't eat hog. Don't eat no kind of meat if you can help it. But if you will eat meat, eat the best of the meat. The sheep's meat, it is not no glorified meat, but it's better meat than the rest of the meat. Don't eat either kind if you can help it. There's no meat that is good to eat, so God taught me. If you just must have a piece of meat, go take that little young pigeon that never flown away from his nest. Eat him. But after he leave his nest, don't eat him. When I went to Egypt for the first time, I saw so many pigeons one morning, squawking, coming in early to Cairo. They looked like little cages of birds that we cage up here when I looked out and saw them. So I went down to the mountain to look at them there. And when I went to the market there in Charrow, saw all of these little birds, quick, 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 quick. I said, those are the birds we need in America. Just whole truckload of them coming in like the chicken raisers here, come in with their flowers, full of birds. I want to say again, I didn't see a piece of hog coming in. I want to say again, you don't go among Muslims asking for no hog. So he'll show you the way out. This dirty, no-good animal lives off filth. You can't offer a hog anything that is too filthy for him to eat. He eat anything. He is a dirty rascal. And he's so dumb, if you feed him, he'll never look up to see where it's coming from until you stop dropping it down to him. Then he run all day there looking for another mouthful of that food with his nose in the ground. When he gets through, he goes driving his nose up in the ground looking to see if anything went down in the earth. He'll turn up the earth for you. He is a no good animal. He got an ugly eye. Don't eat the hog. When you eat him, your children born from you, they will have some of his characteristics going along with the head hung down, having muddy, reddish looking eyes. Don't eat that animal, please. You'll never see the hereafter if you keep salting your hands and your mouth in that place. They won't let you live near to them. Nope. They're right. God says to Moses, don't eat that animal. Don't touch that animal. Think over that. Don't touch his carcass. He's a forbidden animal to you to eat. There's the devil come along. What's wrong with him? I don't see nothing wrong with that hog. His meat is good to me. Tell him and say, you devil, you go ahead. That's who it was made for. Well, if God made him, he means for us all except what he make, all what he makes is good and very good. Brother, you haven't learned the truth. He made the hog to cure the white man's diseases. This is medicine. The hog is a medicine animal. I used to, in the South, if I got a fall on me, I'd go cut off a piece of that salted pork, apply it to that humming ball there, boil, and it would help bring it, you know, to an end by bringing up all of that poison to the surface. Then I busted, and there go the poison that was making me sick, running out. And then I go now and eat that thing. Oh, brother, it's terrible. Let us never eat another piece of hog as long as we live. If we live 20,000 years, AP, that hear this today. You won't be classified as a good member of first-class society, and you won't see the kingdom of God. Not one hog eater will enter the kingdom of heaven unless you stop feeding the hog. this is one teaching God gives to me special. Don't you eat no hog. Over there in the dominant society of Islam, if you mention the name of it, they don't want you in their society. Don't even talk about a hog in their presence. I had experience. I've been over there and I visited both holy cities, Mecca and Medina, and all the others here in what they call the Near East Holy Land. So you're not listening to a man that don't have some knowledge of what he's talking about and the people and whence it came from and been observing it all their life. I'm a man that have visited the people of Mecca and Medina and what you call the Near East here around in Egypt and the northern part of Africa. So I'm not saying things that I don't know what I'm talking about. I have a captain here that has visited all of these places herself, and that's why I choose her for our captain. Because she had experience of the people of Islam and of other than Islam. And she can help me with my women folk and teaching them the knowledge and characteristics of the Muslim woman. And then if she don't carry it into practice herself, I got a big lake over here. How to eat to live. I'm bringing out to you a very beautiful book on that. It will be a hardback. And you're going to like it. And I'm not going to try to get rich off you in price. I don't want that because I want to give you the truth. But what it costs me to get the book in shape to be published, I have to pay the man. He won't give it to me. So then I have to charge you a little something. But it'll be out probably before the year's out. Then you have that nice little hardback book with golden letters on it, How to Eat to Live, which means how to live and have life that you are satisfied and you love to live that life because you get something from that life. I reckon you all say he certainly does teach a long time. You can make life faster than you can remake it. I hope you understand. How to eat to live. Did not you know man has been studying this all man's history throughout his history? How to live long. His life becomes so short after the devil was made and making the black man, the original man, follow after him. Too short in his life that he has been praying to God all the while, night and day, how to live, how to prolong his life. This has been the study of the scientists all these many years about how to lengthen man's life. And it's simple, but the enemy makes it a very puzzling study. But it's simple. in the hereafter there will be no doctrine, only for such things as bruises and broken limbs, but not for the physical care of the physical body. There are people over there right now, I ran into them, that they are ashamed to tell you if they feel sick, because they know they should stay well. Go then and meet them for yourself. If they are sick, they're ashamed to tell you, because they made themselves sick. See, that sickness comes from your own self and from another man. It is not that God created sickness for you. He didn't create death for you. We kill ourselves by not knowing how to live. You can, and I can, live as long as I want to, and you can live as long as you want to, if you know how to eat to live. And the water of our earth being poisoned by this blue-eyed devil, cutting your life short by drinking even the water. He have learned how to poison, and that he is the one who punishes us in our drink for our lives. And he fixing us up too. Yes, sir. He knows that he's going. He knows that the black man is going to put that going to him. He knows that. Therefore he is angry with black man, seeks to destroy every black man on the face of the earth. But leave me a little alone. I don't care how good you think your beautiful snake-eyed and blue-eyed devil look to you. He wants to destroy you, and done everything to destroy you and me today. Not tomorrow, but today. Oh, would that you understood. Well, how are you going to escape? I'm going to follow my God and do everything He tells me to do. Don't think that they mean any good to you and me. No, no. He come to me and laughed. How you do, Mr. Muhammad? How you do, Mr. Jones? Shaking his hand. Both of us have death in our heart for each other. Yes, brother, because the time have arrived. I want to eat. For what, Mr. Muhammad, to live? So, my beloved brothers and beautiful sisters, you are beautiful. Soon after this war, about going out of the war, he's going to bring you in, as the Bible says, that it is not yet, we don't know yet what we will be like, but we know that we will be like Him. Why? Because He must make us like Him, in order to prove his civilization he makes. If we don't look like him, then he could deny making us. And we could deny being made by him. But we will be made like him. So he told me all about that. That's a great long lecture within itself of what you will look like in the hereafter. He has given me that knowledge and how you will be changed into that way. So I have all of that in my little old big head here. But you, as a child, you must know your alphabets first. I'm looking for help. I'm looking for the black scientists that know something about how to build and how to tear down. I want both a wrecker and a builder. So if you will write me, tell me what you can do and what you're willing to do for me and my work that you are learning now very fast. Do something for yourself, Philip, for the black man, wherever you can. We have a job here on the south side that I'm determined to bring it through. Make the black man rule himself in the south side. You'll be your own rule. I will teach you how. As you see, I'm my own ruler. And those that follow me, they are coming along fine. They soon can go for themselves. Some of them are already going for themselves. This is what I want to do. I want you to be yourself and rule yourself. Don't jump out before now you get your diploma. Lest you come running back to me. Wait till I tell you that you can go for self. Don't try before you get the diploma or your degree if you have already gotten a diploma. Some part of this work, over some part of this work, get now your degree. I thank you and all of these visiting people that is visiting us this afternoon, and these scholars and scientists that we have among us here. I hope that you will remember to write me and visit me again. This is my house here. You'll find me here. And I'm grateful and thankful to Allah for you. I want you to follow me to save your life. Go home tonight and listen at what the radio is telling you. And if you give it your attention, you will say, Muhammad is telling me the truth. I better run for my life. There is much more that I would like to say to you that you probably wouldn't have the patience to listen. Because I could stand here the way I feel right now and tell you. I want you to remember today I have one of my greatest teachers here going along. What are you hiding behind there? Think of more people, brother. Come on out here where they can see you. We have with us today our great national preacher. The preacher who don't mind going into Harlem, New York, one of the most worst towns in our nation, our city. It is our brother in Detroit and Chicago, or New York. But I want you to remember, every week he's on the air, helping me to reach those people that I can't get out of my house and go reach like he. I want you to pay good attention to his preaching. His preaching is a bearing of witness to me and what God has given to me. This is one of the strongest national preachers that I have in the bounds of North America. Everywhere you hear him, listen to him. Everywhere you see him, look at him. Everywhere he advises you to go. Everywhere he advises you to stay from. So we are thankful to Allah for this great helper of mine, Minister Farrakhan. He's not a proud man. He's a very humble man. If he can carry you across the lake without dropping you in, he don't say when he get on the other side, just see what I have done. He tells you to see what Allah has done. He don't take it upon himself. He's a mighty fine preacher. We heard him every week. And I say continue to. I want you to remember today I have one of my greatest teacher here going along. What are you hiding behind there? Take a more tree for brother. Come on out here where they can see you. We have with us today our great national preacher. The preacher who don't mind going into Harlem, New York, one of the most worst towns in our nation, our city. It is our brother in Detroit and Chicago, or New York. But I want you to remember, every week he's on the air, helping me to reach those people that I can't get out of my house and go reach like he. I want you to pay good attention to his preaching. His preaching is a bearing of witness to me and what God has given to me. This is one of the strongest national preachers that I have in the bounds of North America. Everywhere you hear him, listen to him. Everywhere you see him, look at him. Everywhere he advised you to go, go. Everywhere he advised you to stay from, stay from. So we are thankful to Allah for this great helper of mine, Minister Farrakhan. He's not a proud man. He's a very humble man. If he can carry you across the lake without dropping you in, he don't say when he get on the other side, just see what I have done. He tell you to see what Allah has done. He don't take it upon himself. He's a mighty fine preacher. We heard him every week. And I say, continue to hear our Minister Farrakhan. We want to unite together for the sake of God who wants to save us. We can't be saved from the destruction of an enemy by making friends with the enemy and believing in him more than we believe in God. Come out of her. Your Bible says, come out of her. Be not partaker with her and her destruction. Come out of it. I tell you what I'm going to do. If you don't come out of it, brother, I'm already out of it, and I'm going to keep running to keep from getting back in her. Let us go home and eat to live. We get hungry. All the scientists that ever you read of that fasted and prayed, they was eating people. Some of you here and read of that they eat nothing but vegetables. What they was eating. So let us eat to live. God have taught me to teach you how to eat to live. I thank you for your patience and for your endurance. Let us go and eat to live. Thanking you. All the time I pray that God able you to live the years of Noah, of Methuselah. I pray that you live 1,000 years too. So, I thank again for your nice, beautiful respect of my presence among you. I thank you. May Allah respect you in the kingdom of heaven. As I say unto you and turning you back in the hand of our assistant minister to take care of your dismissal. I don't want him to beg you to death because I'll be back next Sunday asking you for a little time. So may the peace and the blessings of Allah go with you wherever you may go, and find your family with the greetings of Allah on your return to you, rejoicing that you went out, mother and father, to hear the word of Allah. As I say unto you, Assalamu alaikum.